All right. I had a couple of things spelled wrong in my title there. Whoops. But it looks like everything is running properly. So let's get into it. So I spent some time yesterday um, playing the game, and I did a bunch of more Barrows Brothers runs. In fact, I did almost 60 more runs yesterday. Yo, what's up, Constellation? What is up? Yeah, so I did about 60 more Barrows Brothers runs yesterday. I actually got real lucky all day yesterday. I got 6 additional. Found an OP training spot. Nice. For what? But I got 6 new items, so I'm up to 17 out of 39 now on my Barrows Brothers grind. I'm almost complete with the Varix set. Yeah, I did also get a Rim's skirt there. I think I got another Kirill piece. Yeah, I got Kirill's legs. So we're doing decent, but I still really need some. In Mezcab, the Beastmaster dogs drop good seeds and charms and food. Yeah, so I've actually spent a lot of time killing the Beastmaster dogs. Um, because I wanted the Tuska's Wrath. Um, the Tuska's Wrath book, and then I got a full Tuska's God set. So that's actually going to be a big part of this build as soon as I hit 75 defense here. And I get my um, crossbow and other stuff that I want so that I can be swapping between dual wielding with shield stuff on all my different combat types. Then that's exactly what I'll be running. I'll be running the full 6 Tuskas set with main hand, offhand, defender on all 3 weapon sets, so that I can go fight some of the content that requires some gear swaps and combat style swaps and stuff, like the Dagoth Kings and uh, the Fight Cave. So that's kind of what we're building up to right now, and the Calfight Queen. But yeah, no, the Beastmaster dogs were really good. I got a lot of blue charms from there. So when I did my little push for summoning, I was able to use blue charms to make a lot of Minotaurs, and it really, really helped with my XP. Quite a few blue charms. But yeah, the eel steaks are great. The seeds are great. There's some salvage that I got from there, I think, that I was using that I felt pretty happy with. Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, it just all kind of was pretty nice. And they're nice and easy to kill, too. I mean, I was farming those when I was like level 40 on my weapons and stuff, still running around in adamant, so. Ooh, yeah, the stone spirits. That's absolutely true. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. No, they're a good little farm. Not only that, but you can duplicate that farm at a later tier also. Because the Arits that are right there next to the Mezcab entrance have a similar drop pool or loot pool. So if you're a super high level and you still kind of need some of those things, you can go get them by killing the Arits instead of the Beast Hounds. And still, be gaining XP and stuff instead of kind of just wasting your time. Yeah, those later grinds really start to get there. What are you trying to work towards right now? What do you need those specific skill numbers for? Getting the extinction quest done. Okay. Oh, I didn't know that. There's so much that I don't know about this game. This game is so fucking huge. It's stupid. I don't even want to deal with it. Wade Louie, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I just started playing the game like 50 days ago. So I'm still fairly new and don't really know what I'm doing, but it's been fun anyway. There's a lot, but this one of the main routes. Make sure you're building your Anachronia base. You need it for PLF and Anachronia for the skilling stations after extinction. Yeah, I have Anachronia, and I got started like gaining up some resources and stuff. I actually haven't been there in weeks. I got my herb bag, and I kind of just stopped going over there. I am way too focused on trying to get my gear set up the way I want. I don't know why I feel this. It's because I've played too many modern MMO games, but I've got this feeling of like needing to get somewhere with my gear. But that's not really the thing in this game. It doesn't really matter. I've been playing since around 2006, 2007. Doesn't mean I'm good. Means you're probably better than me at least. You can rest comfortably in that fact, Wade. Yeah, I really just need to be going over there every, even just 3 or 4 days would be fine. But I have a hard time making myself do it. Yeah, that's definitely true. That time gating stuff is real bad. Yeah, we'll get around to it eventually. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe I'll just keep saying that, and then one day I'll need it, and I won't have gotten anywhere with it, and then I'll just be sad. And then we'll be stuck on Anachronia like we're currently stuck on these stupid-ass Barrows brothers. I just want my crossbow. If the offhand or main hand, I got both. No, I don't have any of the crossbows. So I need a few things from the Barrows brothers to really make what I'm trying to do happen. I have my defender, and I have my reflector. So I need the wand so that I have a tier 70 main hand for magic. And then I need my two-handed crossbow from Kirill so I can turn it into a repriser. And then I need the main hand crossbow pistol as well so that I can dual wield. So I have 3 items that I need. I've picked up more than half of the possible items at the Barrows Brothers, and I haven't gotten any of those 3 items that I really need. That are kind of difficult to get. You know, I could have gotten any of the melee weapons, and I've actually gotten a lot of duplicates of the melee weapons. No, you have both. Yeah, you have a two-handed crossbow and a main and offhand crossbow. And then you also have a two-handed staff and a main and offhand magic item are all part of the drop pools for the Barrows brothers. So you have... And then you can turn all of the two-handed weapons into offhands using the corrupted sigil. And those offhands count as shields like the defender. So I'll have this for all 3 styles. And then I'm going to mix that with a hybrid gear set, the Tuska's gear set. And so then I'll have my defensive skills always up all the time. It's going to tank my HP pretty hard. But it's going to give me a 6% crit chance. And I think it's going to be really good for beating a lot of the bosses. Your collection log is more filled out than mine is. You also have a much higher KC. I don't really boss much, to be fair. I am really, really enjoying the bossing Wade. I think it's a lot of fun. And it's also just a great path, because I'm playing an Iron Man. It's a really good path to, you know, new gear and stuff like that, so... Otherwise, I'd be stuck in just this Necronium stuff. I'd basically only be able to play melee if I wasn't trying to do some boss stuff. Because melee is kind of where all of your baseline craftable stuff is after level 60. You don't really get the same options with magic and range to craft stuff. You kind of have no choice but to go farm it out, so... Now, I could be farming it out sort of differently. You know, there are some places where you can get gear that comes from, like, regular creatures, like Slayer targets and stuff, but I like the bosses. They're fun. I really want to do... So one of the big reasons I'm trying to get this Repriser is I think it's going to help me kick the shit out of the Flesh Hatcher. And I really want to go beat the crap out of him. So... Because F that guy. Definitely a good path for gears and iron. Usually a good option for GP as a main as well. I tend to be skilling more personally. I do love the skilling in this game. I think it's a lot of fun, and I do a lot of that. I mean, you see, I've got a lot of skills working up towards the 60 mark. I'm trying to get everything to 60, and, you know, I do a lot of skilling and stuff off stream. Although we do a fair amount of it on stream as well. And then I need to start working on quests. My quest points suck. That new boss, the Flesh Hatcher, is so good for learning things that are going to cause you problems in the future in PVM. Just don't go into it when you're too strong. because then you don't get to deal with the mechanics. I think something that is fairly important. Something about this game, because it's a vertical progression game, is technically the most optimum way to fill out these logs is to skip the bosses until you're maxed out. But if you do that, then you run into a problem where all of the items and cool shit that these guys drop become useless to you. And their mechanics are extremely uninteresting, right? They basically become a regular mob grind. Even where I'm at right now against these Barrow brothers, they're fairly weak here. And you just don't want to get yourself into a position where, everything is useless and everything is boring, right? Jagex has done a good job with the newer bosses as far as helping learn mechanics. Yeah, and so it's not even just about learning the mechanics, in my opinion. It's about seeing the mechanics in action as early as possible. Because when I got to like the giant mole, I got to the giant mole like right before the flesh hatcher dropped. And so the giant mole and the King Black Dragon and even the Barrow brothers, who have an interesting little mechanic, but they're not that interesting to fight. A lot of these early game bosses were really, really lackluster because they're old, right? The game is old. These bosses were some of the first bosses to exist. So just, we didn't have the knowledge that we have now for making bosses and making combat and stuff like that. And so if you're playing RuneScape like I was for the first time and you get to some of these early bosses and none of them have any cool mechanics and you don't really get to see what, later game PVM is going to look like, then it's really easy to go, oh, well, this game is just a stat check. There's no real skill involved. That's kind of boring. I'm out. And so I think the Flesh Hatcher and bosses like Croesus, right? The skilling boss, that are really interesting and have interesting mechanics. Getting players into those things as early as you possibly can, I think, is incredibly important because you want to keep those players engaged and you want to show them like, hey, it's not all just a tank and spank. There's some real mechanics in here. Keep going. But there's nothing really in the game that I've seen so far that really pushes you towards Croesus. Something this game relies a lot on is, even though it's a sandbox, it relies pretty heavily on its quest lines to guide you to content and to get you to go try some different things. And so if you don't do the quests, then you don't even know what's out there because you're not being guided to those things. And because you don't... Wow. Spambles has received a giant feather drop at 17,000 kills. Who do you get a giant feather from? And what's the kill count on that? That sucks. RS3, giant feather. Let's go check this out real quick. The giant feather is an item dropped by Kriara that can be used to unlock Chikara boss pet. Oh my gosh. It's a 1 in 5,000 or 1 in 500. Or 1 in 1,000 on hard mode. Wow, that person got shafted. A 1 in 5,000 that he went 3 times KC on. Or they. Went 3 times KC on. That's fucking bonkers. I'm sorry, dude. That sucks. You got hosed. Holy shit. Way to stick with it, though. I mean, 17,000 kills. Way to stick with it. Oh, really? My assumption is that people don't do that, though. I mean, how silly would you feel if, like, you got one super early? And then, like, destroyed it? And then it took you another, 3 or 4 times kill count to get it again? I think that would suck. Sometimes you go dry for a while, sometimes you're super lucky. Yeah, so my first boss, I did the giant mole, and I got the first pet, Molly, in 28 kill count. On a 1 in 2,500 drop. So I was pretty stoked. Pretty freaking stoked. But now I can't seem to get my stupid freaking crossbow. I just want to get my crossbow and then level up to level 75 defense and do my thing. Guys, I don't think my KC for giant mole is very high, but I don't have pet yet. My only boss pet so far is KBD. Yeah, I don't have King Black Dragon, which makes me a little sad. I have one item that I need, so I got spooned really hard on the giant mole. Yeah, I only have 60 kill count, and I have almost the entire thing. I just need to get Dragon Sword. And that should be pretty easy. And then I've got King Black Dragon. I have 103 kills on the King Black Dragon. I don't have a single fucking drop. Which is kind of crazy. Oh, sorry, it has thresholds. If you never killed Kree, the rarity is 1 in 5,000, but it lowers to 1 in 500 if you keep killing it. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. I actually need to kill Kree a bunch of times because I need the Armadillo power armor. In case I ever decide to go full power armor on it. There's so many things to gather in this game. 573 for the King Black Dragon. Nice. Good stuff. That's more kill count just on the King Black Dragon than I have across all my bosses. Although I'm starting to get there with this Barrows Brother grind. I also apparently need to go out into the wilderness and kill a lot of enemies. Because I need... I need to get... the hilts that I can put on my dragon melee weapons to upgrade them to tier 70 gear. So I'm gonna have to go spend some time out there, probably killing some green dragons again, so that I can up my prayer and maybe try and get one of those. So I can have a tier 70 one hand that isn't this fucking axe. I don't really like the look of an axe and a dagger. Of course, I guess I could just change the way it looks, but still. Yeah, maybe we do that. Let's do that. Because this looks pretty stupid, if I'm being honest. Let's go in here, let's go main hand. And let's put the sword on there. Let's go in here, let's put offhand, and let's see. Do I have anything kind of cool? I've got the Shadow Magus Dagger. With a gift-wrapped offhand longsword. That's kind of cool. Yeah, we'll do that. There we go. That certainly looks better than fucking... I guess I could also throw the shield on there, since it's a defender. Actually, I probably should go ahead and put the shield on there. I like the sword shield look. We'll probably do some of that. Probably do some of that. There it is. Okay, or it doesn't want to let me do that. So weird. Okay, well, let's just leave the dagger on then. Mother pus bucket. There we go. Now we can feel a little better about my life. Now we can feel a little better about my life. We're getting closer to being done here. I can feel it. I can't believe how often I am surprised by the grind in this game. Like, I read the numbers. I go through and I do the math. And yet still in my brain, because of, you know, so many of the games that I've played in my life, really try to mitigate some of the grinds. Even when I see those numbers, you know, in the back of my head somewhere, it's like, oh, well, it won't really be that bad. We'll be able to get this done in a couple of days. But I've been killing the Barrows brothers for like a week straight. And I'm still here. Still needing most of the items that I started killing the Barrows brothers to get. Which is kind of crazy, if I'm being honest. I am, however, getting a ton of these bolt racks, which is great. Because the only type of bolts... Oops, this is the wrong place. The only type of bolts that... Oh, I have 19,000 wrapping paper. Hey, let's go... Let's go do some wrapping paper shit. Runescape is a huge grind. It's most of what keeps people sucked in. There's always something to do. Yeah. Well, and it's so many different grinds that you can just do, you know, from time to time. There's nothing really saying like, hey, you have to do this right now. You just kind of fuck around and do whatever you want. All right, let's open up our white presents. We got some oddments, that's nice. Open up our blue presents. Got a red candy cane token. Got a overhead emote white party hat. Now we have 3 purples. Pretty sure I have this already, yep. Okay, well that was kind of an unfortunate bummer. Didn't really get anything of interest or value there. And all of these foods are kind of doo-doo. So we're just gonna go feed them to this duder over here. Even though I have this pet already, so for those of you who didn't know, you can put all this food in this trough here, and you get a little Christmas spirit from it, but that's not really the value. You get this deer as a pet. There's a chance, like every food you put in there, to get that deer as a pet. Rudy. So if you haven't gotten it so far, you can put them in that trough noted. And you can get it from the trough. It takes thousands of food to hit. But if you're a big pet collector, 22k spirit is wild. Did you already use it in the store? Oh yeah, I've gotten way more than 22k spirit. I almost bought out the entire store. I haven't quite gotten there yet, and I do want to make sure I finish that grind. So I bought out... Obviously, I haven't picked up the mystery gift yet, but I bought out all those 2025 rewards. I bought out all the pets. I bought out all the miscellaneous. And then I'm in the process of buying out the rest of these cosmetics. All in all, it takes about 130. 130,000 spirit to buy everything in here. I've almost got it all. Let's see, how much more am I gonna need here? We've got 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 5, 9, 10, 5, 12, 13, 5, 15, and another 5.5. So I got 20,500. And I've got 3K left. So, yeah, about 20,200. Or, sorry, about 17,000. Yeah, I guess I need to get about 17,000 more. And then I'll be good. I'll have everything purchased up. So we've picked up over 100K Christmas spirit. But, I mean, you just go in there and you do the skilling grinds. Especially if you want to get some decent spirit, you could just go do the fletching, which is a 100% AFK activity. You just go make fucking snowballs. So, I mean, there's really nothing to it. Hey, but we've got all of our hats, we've got all of our scarves. Got a Santa sack. That's crazy. Yeah, those gifts are real good, Wade. The mysterious gifts. If you're a main, if you're an Iron Man, they're not as good. But if you're a main, they sure can be. Honestly, I'm kind of starting to feel like maybe I should just go kill some fire or just do some Slayer tasks until I'm 75 here and just switch to my hybrid, even though I'm not really there with the weapons and stuff yet. Been some decent stuff in there, still somewhat hoping for a good present from the wrapping paper, like we all are. Oh yeah, of course. Absolutely. Would love to get me a Santa hat or a party hat or something. Would make me thrilled. I would try and get it moved over to another account so that I could sell it and then use it to fund my premium and stuff. Maybe use it to fund some different types of gameplay. Do some crazy shit. Oh, I came down here early. Whoops. I forgot to kill Toe Rag. Oh well. Whoopsie. Watch, I'm gonna get a good item right here. Oh. On my main, all I do is collect stuff like supplies. For example, having 34k of every potion. Jesus. You absolute psycho. Been holding on to the hats as I get them from previous years with a slight hope they'll go up over time. But with how they've re-released rares in recent years, it definitely makes me unsure. Yeah. So here's where I'm at with that is when you have those really, really, really big ticket items like that, you could get lucky, right? And get um just like a whole mess ton of gold out of it. But there's an opportunity cost with holding stuff like that, where if you don't sell it and then use that currency to upgrade your account and stuff like that, then you're not gaining as much gold as you could be just through your regular gameplay, right? You're not getting to the later PVM. You're not getting, the strongest version of your character. And so your just day-to-day income goes down pretty significantly because you're not as strong as you could be. And so I don't know, it would take a lot, right? You would have to gain a lot of currency. The price would have to raise pretty massively for making your character stronger, not to be ultimately the fastest path to more income or more gold. So, if you're keeping them from a collection standpoint, then that's fine. If it's something that you're always going to want to do is to have all of those hats collected, then you should absolutely hang on to them. Because if in the future the prices on them jack way up, then your ability to get them later is going to be diminished. But if you're holding them specifically to make more gold, it's probably better to sell them. And then just use that gold for something else. 3 or 4 billion gold just from potions is a little out of control, Constellation. A little bit out of control. I have 2.5 million. Is that good? I think that's good. I don't like all these items degrading. It's making me sad. $25k of every ore and bars. You're a ridiculous person. I mean, it's awesome, but you're fucking ridiculous. Just billions and billions and billions of gold. That's pretty funny. That's freaking hilarious. Bank worth 50 billion, only have 500 million. What a goober. What a fucking goober. That's honestly kind of a cool way to play, though. I like it. Build up your value in gold through items instead of straight up currencies. Honestly, it probably keeps the value of your account much more stable. You know, because gold depreciates, but item values kind of inflate with the economy. So while there are some ups and downs and stuff like that, if you stay nice and diversified, your items probably inflate similarly to the overall economy inflation, keeping you at a pretty stable wealth level. 50 billion's a lot. Yeah, I mean, it goes up and down a little bit, but the trend is inflation. I mean, across the entire economy, gold is losing value. Always. So if you have gold, you lose value. MMO economies are designed that way. Thankfully, I don't have to give a shit. Fucking Iron Man, baby. Fucking Iron Man. I do what I want. And it's just my childhood. Always wanted to have 100,000s of every item. I mean, it's a good goal. That's a long, hard goal, but it's a good one. That is a fun goal for a group Iron Man just in general, is just to hoard stuff. Since, I mean, there's no trading or anything in there. It's cool to collectively just be building up this massive pack of resources. I'm gonna be really happy when we stop needing to kill the Barrow brothers. Gonna be really, really happy. What am I after? Still after that stupid crossbow, dude. I need the two-handed crossbow. I need the main hand crossbow. And I need the wand. But I have 17 unique items in my Barrows log right now. Most of them I honestly didn't even need. But it's looking pretty good. There's only 13 more items that I can even get access to right now, because I only have the primary 6. So I'm more than halfway done with everything I can get right now. Obviously, I also want to try and complete the log. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. Like, I want to be completing the logs sort of as I go. Not necessarily complete every single log before moving on to the next boss, but putting in some time on each of the bosses to complete the logs as I move forward, because I don't want to get, to like 5.8 billion XP and still need to go back and kill the giant mole. Even though I could kill him in like 30 seconds, then it would just be really boring to go back and have to do that fight like that. So we're trying to do stuff as we go here. It's not really working out because we level a little too fast right now, but just a little more effort here. A little more patience, a little more effort. We'll be good. And then I can start running my dope hybrid build, which will make me very happy. I do want to go kill Kriara. I want to kill a lot of bosses. I want to do the fight cave, which is why I'm primarily focused on the hybrid build right now. Is so I can, swap equipment and stuff while I'm in the fight cave. I also want to do the Dragonoth brothers or Dagonoth brothers kings. There you go. Dagonoth kings. Which again is going to require a bit of a hybrid build. I want to go do all of the God Wars 1 dungeon stuff and do some of that. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to do. A lot of stuff to do. Hey, another Triskelion fragment. Nice. I got my first full Triskelion in my first 100 kills. And then that's only my second piece on my second Triskelion in 150 kills. I think the fact that I am using a defender for most of these kills, and it's allowing me to pull a corruption sigil, is actually hurting my ability to get those Triskelions. Which is, I don't know, a little sad, I guess. We're getting quite a few elite clues, which is cool from these. Do I need to be like a certain level to do elite clues? I feel like there was something that was going to hold me back from doing elite clues. But I kind of want to do some of those too, just for funsies. See if I can get spooned something really cool. Don't think so, but I might be. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it. So I need to open them up and see. I think that might be something that happened on one of my lower tier clues. I think I don't have the area open for it. Because I was doing some clues the other day on stream, and I started getting really frustrated because I was trying to do one of the clues and I couldn't fucking find it. But I think it was probably just that I hadn't unlocked some area yet. I looked for like a good hour trying to figure it out. We should probably spend some time doing some clues. There's some really good potential drops from the treasure trail. Elite doesn't have emote steps, so you don't need specific gear. Okay. I'm from New Mexico. Way down in the southern United States. ¿Por qué? Do I have an accent? Down in the West Texas town of El Paso. Yeah. I wish. So, one of the things about most people who don't speak good English is that they also speak some other language. So while I'm very proud of the fact that I'm fairly articulate, I also only speak English, which I would hope that I would be more articulate in the only language I speak than people who maybe speak two or three. I definitely think that when it comes to languages, the concept of jack of all trades, master of none being better is definitely a truth. Mastering a single language is great, but being able to get by in lots of languages, I think, is significantly more valuable. Even just two or three is quite a bit more valuable, I think. I mean, for example, where I grew up, we had a German Air Force base. Well, we had an American Air Force base that had a German contingent. And so all the German families came over to live in my hometown and, work on the Air Force Base. But all their kids, went to school with us in middle school and high school and, all kinds of stuff like that. And then I live like 45 minutes from the border of Mexico. So my entire life, I've been surrounded by people who speak lots of different languages because of where I grew up, and I can't speak a single fucking one of them. The first 21 years of my life, I lived in my hometown, surrounded by people speaking all these languages, and I don't know a single, yeah, but I mean, you would think living 45 minutes from the border of Mexico, I would have picked up like a little conversational Spanish. Like just a little bit. but but I can barely say anything in Spanish, which is kind of sad. Yeah, that's true. I can curse in Spanish a little bit. That's fair. I can curse a little bit in Spanish. But, I mean, it's fine. Whatever. It hasn't really stopped me. And that's kind of the thing, right? Is it's never really stopped me from being able to do anything. Because, even the people who primarily speak Spanish at least speak a little bit of English. Or the people who, grew up in Germany, learned a little bit of English through coming here. And so I've always been able to get by, but German and Italian, nice. I can count to 10 in German. It's like as far as I got growing up. I'm native Lithuanian, can speak mid-Russian because they're all over in the country, some Polish because they're nearby, and learn some Italian. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about, Lee. Is especially in Europe. So if the United States was like Europe, where, all of our different states or whatever spoke different languages, and it wasn't such a massive country that all kind of speaks the same language, then I'm sure that I would, have had a different upbringing, that our school system would have, involved lots of different languages and stuff like that. There's 3 different states, 4 different states bordering my state. So, if Texas, Oklahoma, Colorado, and Arizona all spoke different languages than English, then sure, I would have probably learned at least some of those languages growing up, and it would have been much more common. But that's one of those things that you really need to start early, because if you start understanding how to learn languages early, then it becomes easier to at least get by in those languages later in life, even if you haven't studied them really, really hard. And that's kind of the thing that I wish I had is I don't even know how to begin the process of trying to get by in another language because I've never really studied another language. And, so if you know like 3 or 4 languages, you're not going to be able to just get dropped off in a country and, go buy some food. But if you end up in a country you've never been in before, there are lots of countries or lots of languages that take their root from the same other languages. There are lots of languages that have tons of similarities and stuff. And just the more words you know, the more you can get by. Begin from the very start is something I have no word of exactly. Let's start at the very beginning. A very good place to start. When you read, you begin with A, B, C. But when you sing, you begin with Do, Re, Mi. Do, Re, Mi. The first 3 notes just happen to be Do, Re, Mi. Sorry, the conversation led me to think of the Sound of Music. Still on that Barrows grind, dude. Still on that Barrows. Still haven't gotten any of the shit that I want. It's pissing me off. But I have 17 unique items in my collection now. Out of the 30 that I can possibly get. So not even 300 kill count. And I'm like halfway there. So, another forever and a half. And we'll have all the items we want. Where's Wyatt? I have no idea where Wyatt's at. He's 11, so... his ability to watch is... upgraded. You mean, War's Blessing? No, I don't have War's Blessing. No, he's not playing. He's actually 11. At least I think he is. At the very least, he's a teenager. Well, I think it's fairly obvious just in the way he acts. He's a kid, but... right-click War at War's Retreat and unlock. I don't even have... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've got some of this stuff. I'm working towards 500 kills right now. So I can get my second prayer bonus thing. So I have the first prayer unlocked there. But I don't have the second one that also refreshes your cooldowns. But yeah, I have started unlocking some of my stuff there. But I'm not to 500 total kills yet. I probably would be if I was killing a boss that didn't take so long, but Barrow Brothers takes a long-ass fucking time. A long-ass fucking time ago in a town called Kickapoo, there lived a humble family, religious through and through. Barrow's brothers are the quickest out of all of them. I mean, I think I kill the King Black Dragon faster than I kill Barrow's brothers. It takes me 7 or 8 minutes to do these. That's interesting, though, if they're going to be longer and longer and longer as we go. That's kind of crazy. Heck, I honestly think it even takes me less time to kill the Flesh Hatcher than it does to kill the Barrows brothers. Each individual brother is pretty easy. But in the aggregate, they take a while just because you got to walk around so much. Did I forget to put away all my shit? Whoops. Vision, he did see a fucking rockin' all the time. He wrote a tasty jam. Mole is annoying. You were not wrong about that. Not wrong about that. That's true, Cassie. That's absolutely true. Yo, what's up, Sin4? How are you doing today? He wrote a tasty jam and all the planets did align. Ba-da-da. Cassie completed Jet. Made me look bad because I couldn't do it. Midnight Void with the sub over on Twitch. Thank you very much, Midnight. Really appreciate that. Really, really appreciate that. Hey, another corruption sigil. I have so many corruption sigils. I think that's like the 12th one I've picked up, which is great because I can use them for invention. I can just get stuff out of them, resources out of them, which is cool. And they don't have a negative impact. So if for some reason you're farming the Barrows brothers, even if you're even if you're not trying, even if you are trying to get the items, right? Even if you're trying to fill out the log, your roll for whether or not you get one of the log items happens before your roll for whether or not you get the corrupted sigil. So you have to fail the item roll in order to even have a chance to roll for the sigil. So always bring the defender with you because that'll give you something to disassemble later for your invention, which I think will have some value. And the corrupted sigils are pretty common. It's like a 1 in 50 after you fail the rolls for the items and those little tokens. And then you get like a 1 in 50 chance to get a sigil, so... yeah, I did. I made the defender and I made the reflector for magic. So I'm looking to make the repriser for my crossbow. I'm looking to get to 75 defense so I can wear my Tuskas at its highest tier. And then we're going to run around with dual wield setups for all three in our Tuskas hybrid gear. And we're going to go kill Jad that way. We're going to kill the fight cave that way. And we're going to kill the Dagannoth kings that way. And we're going to do some other stuff. We're probably going to farm some more barrows that way. So that we can keep weapon swapping to, you know, the weapons that are best suited for the barrows bosses. So it's going to take quite a bit. We're going to end up taking up 4 slots for weapons. We're going to end up taking up 4 slots for runes. So it's going to take up a ton of our inventory, but I think it should also help us not necessarily need as much food and stuff, so... Yeah, Cassie put me to shame on the Jad fight. I went in there and got my butt handed to me. I didn't even make it halfway in 40 minutes. Cassie made it look easy. This is why I run Necro. That's fair. But also gross. Absolutely gross. I can't bring anyone back from the dead. It's not a pretty picture. I don't like doing it. Fastest so far is 31 minutes. Lee Young with the tier 1 sub over on Twitch as well. Thank you all. Really, really appreciate that. Happy birthday to me. I play it because I was... Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. If you had spent the last 15 years playing all the others, I suppose it's fine for you to play Necro. That was T70 Necro, I believe, so I don't know how quick I would do with not T90. Damn, 31 minutes with T70 gear on the fight cave sounds crazy. That sounds really crazy. Only 63 rounds? Yeah, no big deal. Only 63 rounds. For a total of like 200 enemies. Maybe 300 enemies? Because there's somewhere between 2 and 4 enemies in like every round. Plus some of them split apart. And I totally count those as multiple enemies. So yeah, like 300 enemies you gotta fight? No big deal. Easy peasy. How many points are you off the tier 1 war blessing? Can help you quick off some quick tasks to get you there. I appreciate that, ATC. I'll get there eventually. The big deal is I need to like be able to go kill the Calphite Queen and stuff. So I'm just kind of in a spot where I need to be able to swap weapon sets. And I don't have any of my weapon sets in a good place. Because I don't have a tier 60 or 70 wand or a tier 60 or 70 one-handed weapon. One-handed ranged weapon to go with, and I don't have the repriser to go with it. So I'm just kind of in a holding pattern. I also need to get to 70 or 75 defense, which I will get to fairly soon. And I can go level up fairly quickly at some fire giants once I get the items that I need. So I'm a little locked on the barrows right now, you know? Yeah, I appreciate that, but that feels a little bit like cheating to me. To just get carried through those things. I don't mind doing content with you all, but I don't want to do content with you all that I couldn't do on my own, because then you just get, you're just getting carried. You're not accomplishing things. God Wars is where you need to be. Yeah, I do want to go down into the God Wars dungeon. I definitely want some of the gear and stuff from in there. Like, I'd love to get bandos. I'd love to get Zamaraks. I'd love to get armadillos so that I had, like, some power armors that I could, if I only needed one type of gear, that I could go ahead and move into. So I definitely want to get those full power armor sets. I mean, there's just so much gear to be going after. So many bosses to be trying to kill and stuff, but I don't want to half finish a grind towards a build that I'm trying to work towards and then start another grind, because then I'll just have a bunch of half finished builds. So I really want to get to where I can do this hybrid thing that I'm trying to do, because I think that'll help me kind of spread out into a lot of other stuff. And then I can start working towards some more focused stuff. But that's just the way my brain has worked it out. I might be wrong. The hybrid might be totally useless, and I won't get anywhere with it, but I think it'll be good. And we're pretty close. I mean, we're like 3 items and 3 levels off. 3 items and 2 levels off of being able to do the hybrid thing, so... It's been a slog, but we're gonna get there. For sure. For sure. And I want to beat the crap out of... what's his nuts? The Flesh Hatcher. I want to finish up that log. I want to finish up... really, I want to finish up all the logs. Go kill the King Black Dragon a bunch of times. Finally, 1.1 mil off 99 Slayer. Oh, nice. 99 Slayer is going to be a rough one, but you gotta get the Slayer. Oh my gosh. I actually haven't been working on my Slayer enough lately, and level 60 Slayer is not cutting the mustard. The game keeps trying to tell me to go kill certain bosses. Or not certain bosses, certain creatures. Like, I'll look stuff up on the wiki, and it'll be like, oh yeah, go kill this creature that requires level 75 Slayer. I'm like, fuck, I'm so far from that. Definitely need to start doing those. Again. Need to finish New Foundations quest. Is that... Fort 4 and 3? Gives you a good Slayer Master? Okay. Yeah. I did finish New Foundations. Rock and roll's the devil's work. He wants you to rebel. You'll become a mindless puppet. Beelzebub will pull the strings. Your heart will lose direction. Chaos it will bring. I didn't realize that the Slayer Master over there was a good boss to kill. Or a good one to do. That's good information to know. Nice. Does he send you out into the wilderness a lot? If he sends you out into the wilderness, I'll actually be really happy about that. Because I want to go kill things in the wilderness anyway. Because I want to get the hilts that upgrade my dragon equipment to tier 70. Because I'd love to, like, go get myself a dragon cutlass. And then upgrade that to a tier 70 and use it. Nice. Yeah, that looks really good. Or that sounds really good. I will definitely be doing some of that. What they do to the Wildy Slayer. You mean because it's not auto PvP anymore? Because I got to admit, I'm pretty happy about that. Hey, level 73, what's up? 2 more levels until I can throw on my... I mean, I guess I could wear my hybrid gear right now, but... Mandrith, the High Slayer Master. It's funny how often you all say things that have literally no meaning to me. Because I haven't gotten there yet. Used to get tier 87 weapons from him for doing lots of Wildy Slayer when PvP was still enabled. Oh, okay. No more level 87 weapons? That's sad. Yeah, Lee, it is true that the more brothers you kill, the higher chance rewards you get. So, killing more brothers is good in a lot of different ways. So, the more brothers you kill in this game, the more rolls you get on the chest. So, if you kill 6, then you get 6 rolls in the chest. Actually, you get 7 rolls in the chest. It's the number of brothers you kill plus 1. with a maximum of 7 rolls. So you get 7 rolls in the chest for killing 6 brothers. But the other important thing is the more brothers you kill, the better the reward rates per roll are. So it's not just that you're getting more rolls at the chest, it's that each roll is actually a better drop rate. Which is why even if you're trying to get an item from a specific brother, it's better to kill all the brothers, which I wasn't sure about until just the other day when I actually went and looked up exactly how the math works. But because you're getting better chances per roll, it's still better to go and kill all of the brothers, even if you're looking for a specific item. I see. Patch 14, July 2025. Annihilation is no longer received from stack of very wild rewards. Increased annihilation drop chance from Wilderness Slayer chest. Get them from the casket he gives you now. Now they're rare drops from Wilderness Flash events. Hey, what's up, Ultimate Carter? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, necromancy is super good. It's almost like a cheat code, which is why I don't use it. Z-Fall, what's up? Welcome back. But also, I don't use it, Ultimate Carter, because it doesn't have any way to use defensive skills without using runes, and I don't feel like getting runes, so I just don't use it. Level 111 necromancy? Nice, congratulations, good job. It's like 1 in 15 for a unique, yeah. So if you only have 6 brothers, then it's 1 in 15 for a unique constellation. And then if you have all 7 of the brothers, so if you also have Acrisay, and you kill Acrisay, then it drops down to like 1 in 9 to get some unique. And then it's like 1 in 300 and something to get a specific unique. Yeah, it does definitely make the Barrows Brothers super easy. Could use the Dragonfire Ward for Necro. Then you can't summon things. Yeah, so that was my problem, was you needed the offhand to summon. So Necro would be super cool to me if I could use summons while only using the offhand ATC. And I would probably be using Necro a lot if that was a possibility. If I could use like a sword and the Necro offhand and then just be able to summon, then I'd be fucking stoked out of my brain for Necro. But because I can't do that, it kind of just is lackluster to me. But that's kind of where I'm at with a lot of things in this game. Like, because dual wielding seems to be such a big deal, I really kind of wish that dual wielding different types of weapons gave you a little more access to a little more cross-classing or multi-classing. But that's not really a thing, so it makes me a little sad. But whatever, it's fine, it's fun. I'm still enjoying myself. Probably. I think just in general, Lee, the combat in this game gets better the higher you level things. Just kind of as a rule. But for me, I think the thing that's most interesting to me about combat in this game is the mechanics of some of the bosses and stuff. Like I love fighting the Flesh Hatcher just because there's like actual stuff for me to be doing. This stuff matters to me a little less, at least in the active combat phase. I care about this stuff in the preparatory phase. I like setting up these revo bars. But in the active combat, I prefer much more to be looking up at the boss, moving my character around doing stuff. I don't really necessarily care about micromanaging this stuff down here. It's just not as important to me. Yo, what's up, Drippy Bun? How are you today? I'm also not 60. I'm not even 40 yet, okay? I don't turn 40 for like 10 more months. Stop trying to wish my life away. That's 6, 7. Fuck you. How about that? You sound 30, but yeah, you were 60. Step it, Grandpa. Stop it, Grandpa. I'm not a grandpa. I don't even have kids. I'm just a teenager in a broken down old dude's body. That's what old people say. You all suck. How about that? What snack to get for tomorrow? Nice. Yeah, I think when I get paid here in a couple of weeks, I'm gonna give me some Pop-Tarts. Start having Pop-Tarts for my midstream food, so I don't have to get up and interrupt the stream midway. Pretty excited about that. Love it how I call you 60, but I have a bald spot. Yeah, because I wear a headset so much, I don't think it's helping at all. But my hairline is receding so bad. Like, so bad. But I don't ever go get my hair cut because I don't give a shit. So I've got, like, hair down to my mid back. But there's, that giant U on top of your head. So I've got, like, tons of hair on the side of my head. And it goes all the way down to my mid back. And then I have no hair on top of my head because I'm balding. And I really should just start buzzing it. But that's effort that I don't feel like putting in, so... So I look ridiculous. But that's fine. I ain't trying to impress nobody. That's a good point, Cassie. I probably could make my own wig. That is a great point. We might try that. I actually... Wigs to me are kind of just a vanity thing, so I'd probably never do that. But how's the drop rate at the Barrows? So... right now... Let's go look. Right now I have 271 kills, and I have 17 of their 39 unique items, with quite a few duplicates. But, yeah, it's going pretty well. We get a drop about every 15 kills. which is nice because I like the little incremental, like little hits of dopamine. Like, oh, there's a new one. Oh, there's a new one. Knowing that I'm going towards this really big end game thing. Oh, this person's got some of the Barrows Brothers gear on. Nice. But the drop rates are pretty good. There's just a lot of stuff to get. So, ooh, there's one. Hey, Guthin's pants. So I have a Reaper task. I'm just not doing it because I can't really get down there right now. Yeah, I did get another amulet, so I do have a total of 4 amulets of the Forsaken, which is a little crazy. But let's see here. I think I have another Guthin. Oh, it's another Guthin's chain skirt. That's sad. I thought I had a different piece of Guthin's, and I was going to be super happy that I was up to 2 pieces of that set. I have 3 pieces of Varric's. I need just the pants for Varric, and then I have the full set. Yeah, I re-rolled it a bunch of times, actually, Cassie. And this is what it ended up giving me. It was going to take too many re-rolls to get the Barrows Brothers, so I just gave up. Ultimate Carter, thank you very much for the follow over on Twitch. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Always love seeing those new faces. And with the sub, the Prime sub over on Twitch. Thank you so much, Carter. Appreciate it. Really, really appreciate it. Been a crazy sub day over on Twitch. Y'all are awesome. But yeah, I think I re-rolled this task like 4 times, and then it was telling me that I was like gonna get less points or less rewards for completing it if I kept re-rolling it. And it just wouldn't give me any of the bosses that I was already consistently completing. Like the Fletch Hatcher, Black Dragon King, Giant Mole, or the Barrow Brothers. It kept giving me like all the different God Wars bosses. It kept giving me like the Dragonoth Brothers or Dagonoth Brothers, Kings, whatever, the Queen, Calphite Queen, just a bunch of stuff like that, because I have a high enough combat level now to do a lot of bosses, and so it just kept giving me like all kinds of bosses that I hadn't even fought yet. So and I'm like super focused on trying to get this fucking repriser. Like, I really, really want the repriser. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Dagonoth is my most killed. I'm excited to fight a boss that really requires a hybrid setup. I think that's going to be really fun, Midnight. Gonna try to get some sleep now. See ya, New Year's, old man. Yeah, have a good one there, Drippy Bun. I will see you in the new year. Had like 1,600 kills. My goodness. I saw a post today on... Well, we just saw somebody earlier who got the Kriara pet at 17,000 Kriara kills. And I got to admit, that person is more badass than me. I couldn't even imagine killing just one of the bosses 17,000 times. That is fucking crazy. But that's what the RNG in this game does, right? Is it subverts your mathematics, it subverts your expectations, and it's always going to subvert your expectations. So there's a really interesting thing about drop rates, and that is that if you post a drop rate, right, if the chance to get something is like, say, 1 in 100, then technically only like 60% of people will actually get that thing within that drop rate. But on top of that, it means that you're only going to get something within the drop rate 60% of the time on an individual level. So approximately 40% of drops in this game you will get after the expected kill count. But because you're going to consistently get 60% of your possible drops either before or by the expected kill count, your brain is still going to believe that that kill count is like where you're going to get items. And so you're kind of constantly in this psychological loop of expecting things to happen at certain levels, and then more often than not actually getting lucky and getting it before those expected levels. And then sometimes getting this really weird, like, delayed gratification thing where you don't get the item for a really, really long time after the expected kill count. And then when you finally get it, you get this, like, huge burst of, like, dopamine and relief. And I honestly, I think that's what makes this game as addictive as it is just that knowledge that, like, you know, there's this expected, well-known drop rate for a lot of these items. And so you can really look at, okay, what's happening, what's going on, and sort of, it creates a little bit of tension and then releases that tension. By knowing what those kill counts are and what the expectations are, and the consistent subversion of those expectations. And I mean, I think that's one of the reasons that WoW, and just a lot of old MMOs in general, right? One of the big things about old MMOs was the expected drop rates of a lot of different items and going and farming those items to make your build. It happened in Dark Age of Camelot. It happened in WoW. It happened in Runescape. It happened in all of these different MMO games. And we're really addicted to that tension and relief cycle. And I just love it. It's been a lot of fun. It's also been really frustrating so far. Specifically here at the Barrows Brothers, I really just want... I want my fucking crossbow, right? Like, is that too much to ask for? Give me my fucking crossbow. Although I guess it's not really just the crossbow. I guess I could use lower tier equipment. you know, get like a level 50 crossbow, hand crossbow or something. I should probably look up, can I make lower tier hand crossbows? We're getting to a point where we're going to start using the crystal gear, which is going to be kind of cool. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really say. I think level 50 would have been the last level that I could have made the stuff for the crossbow. I also started making a bunch of urns the other day. So I did what somebody recommended. I made a bunch of clay bracelets. And I took my porters out and I actually went and gathered up a ton of clay. And had a lot of fun doing that. That was cool. But I made some fishing and some cooking and some divination and some other stuff like that. Get some urns going, which has been a lot of fun. Who's this crazy glowy motherfucker? Zenith Logic. Look at all them maxed out skills. Dang. Somebody's killing it. Somebody's killing it. You're gonna go a week with no telephone. Alright, Gorill's the last one. That means I'm gonna get my crossbow, right? I believe. If you believe within your heart, you'll know. That no one can change the path that you must go. Come here, you little shithead. Give me your crossbow. Our spawn is logged in. No! I didn't get my item. I'm so sad. I also made a bunch of these attuned portents of restoration, which I'm fairly happy about. Because I really like the idea of auto healing under 50% life. I think that's going to be super cool. So I'll be able to take off my eat food button. So the reason I'm so excited about that is because it takes the onus of maintaining my health off of me. And it definitely helps with like AFKing activities, but it also helps with my personal philosophy towards combat in this game, which is try and press as few buttons as humanly possible. So I'm fairly excited. To be able to do that. To be able to use some auto heals. There are also, way later in Divination, some portents that will allow you to heal and do damage to the enemy that hit you, which I think is really cool. The entire idea of thorns, right, of doing damage to things that hit you, I think is really interesting in most RPG games. You know, because I play a tank, the idea of not even really having to attack my enemies, but just murdering them by being tanky really appeals to me. So there will probably come a time, you know, we've got Linzas, which gives you the counterattack abilities, and you've got the foods that allow you to hit back. I think, so here's an interesting thought, is applying poisons to uh, Linza's counterattacking weapon to have some persistent damage on the enemies that attack you. That actually sounds interesting. There are poisons that you can apply to your weapons, right? Yeah, we're going to have to look into that. We're going to have to see what kind of on-hit damage over time effects we can try and add to just any attack with our weapon. We obviously don't want to use skills necessarily that do damage over time effects. I mean, sure, we'll still want to, but that's not really the goal of what I'm thinking about right now. But if I can find some different on-hit, like on any hit, damage over time adds, that might really be interesting for a Linza's build. Where again, the goal would just be as tanky as possible. And it would really help, honestly, with the way that I build my Revo bar. Because my Revo bar always starts with my defensive abilities and then moves into my damaging abilities. Being able to weave counterattacks into that, especially counterattacks that have higher damage because of damage over time, would end up being extremely, extremely valuable. So that's something we'll have to look into when we eventually get lenses. I mean, it's a level 80 gear set, so it's not really something that I'm worried about right this moment. But in the future, that'll be cool, I think. Flash event, Evil Bloodwood Tree has started south of the Wilderness Crater. I feel like we should go to that, eh? I've never done the Evil Bloodwood Tree. Nurture the bloody sapling. Don't have anything to hand in. Okay, am I picking up bones? I am picking up bones. Then I've got to grind those bones. Grind them bones. All right, turn them in. Well, this is interesting. Whoops. Gotta grind them. There we go. So I've hit my mark, which is nice. So we just keep going. We got 3 minutes left. As a group, we're only halfway. I think we're gonna make it if everybody keeps going, but we might not make it. Somebody get me through this nightmare. I can't control myself. Somebody wake me from this nightmare. Well, I can't escape this hell. Do 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 do. Hey, we're gonna make it. We're gonna feed the sapling. Feed, Miss Seymour. Suddenly Seymour. Hey, oh, that was a bunch of cooking XP. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that one was cooking XP. Also, I guess I should have stepped away. Because that totally fucking, like, crashed my game. Oh my god, what is going on? Yeah, exactly. Guess that's what I get for playing on a potato. Holy shitballs, dude. Okay. There we go. Let's get the fudge out of there before something bad happens. Let's open up our sack of wild rewards. Brilliant energy, tiny bladed orichalcum salvage, and a muddy key. I actually want to see, what is this orichalcum salvage worth? Because I have 2 of those now. Yep, thanks for that. $25,000 coins? Nice. Oh, I had to chop the tree. Whoops. Well, on the bright side, I got a ton of farming XP, so at least there's that. I don't think I'm ever actually going to get to chop the tree, because I was totally lagged out like the entire fudging time. That just might not be in the cards for me. My poor computer almost exploded. Poor computer almost exploded. Oh, there's Varric. Come here, Varric. Hey, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to give me your pants. We'll swap. You can have Durok's pants, and you give me your pants, and then I have a full Varric set. And then I will totally equip that shit. And come down here, even though I wouldn't get to use my defender, come down here with a 2-hander and just beat on people. Because that sounds like fun. No. It's crazy how many levels I've passed across how many different combat skills just killing the Barrows brothers. Like, just a stupid amount of XP just from murdering these jackasses. Hey, we're at 275 kills, though. Nice. Still haven't gotten a single new item today. Do a jig emote before I loot? Okay. Do I have a jig emote? We'll try it on this one, Midnight. Maybe that's the trick. Chubby Touche. Okay. I like those wings, though. They're dope. Do a little dance. Make a little love. Get down tonight. My name is Hermito, with 3 O's, not 2 O's. Oh, is that you next to me? Nice. What's up? I like your wings. Those wings are dope. With the level 80 necro gear. And some bolt racks. Ooh. Oh, 4 luck, nice. A blood amulet of fury. When damaged and on damaging attacks, 33% chance to deal 200 to 500 damage to your target and heal you by the same amount. Yo. The fuck did you get that from? That's like the greatest item ever. Oh my god, I want that. Hold up. We're going to the Blood Amulet of Fury. The fuck do I get one of these at? Creation. A blood necklace shard and an amulet of fury. Okay. So where do I get an amulet of fury at? Is an onyx amulet. With a level 6 enchant. Which requires level 87 magic. Okay. And then the blood necklace shard. Hang on. The blood necklace shard is a drop from Edemu, found outside of Demonheim. It can be used to create an arcane blood necklace, Brawler's blood necklace, Farsight blood necklace, or blood amulet of fury, with 80 crafting for 200 experience. Edemu are level 90 Slayer creatures found in the Edemu resource dungeon in Prifddinas, which requires 115 dungeoneering. Okay, well that's a really long way away. But we're getting one of those motherfuckers. Holy shit, that looks good. See, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. So that item specifically, because it's dealing a flat base amount of damage that has nothing to do with your own personal like combat abilities, right? It doesn't look like it has anything to do with any of your accuracies. It doesn't look like it has anything to do with any of your weapon skills or anything at all, really. Specifically, that item is going to always do that much damage, and it's going to always heal you that much. And so items like that are extremely valuable to tanky players, because my hit points are worth more than a regular person's hit points. And so because there's no way to increase the amount of damage that item does by, you know, increasing your weapon's damage type, because it's just a flat damage, then the tankier you are, the more value you get out of that necklace. So I'm really going to enjoy that necklace. Vampirism Aura is something you can get early. It costs 5,000 marks of war. Yeah, I actually have the Vampirism Aura. I am an Iron Man, Carter, that is. That is right. Yeah, I actually picked up the Vampirism Aura. I'm not using it right now because I don't need it against these guys because I go back in between every fight. So it's not really helping me. I probably should have taken it to the fight cave, if I'm being honest. That probably would have been really beneficial to me when I tried to do the fight cave the other day. I might have even been able to win if I had brought it. We'll make sure we take it this next time, though. When I get my my stats fixed. Let me through the door. Oh, gotta go back and kill that dude. I don't know where to go to equip my auras. Oh, there we go. Select an aura. Festive aura or vampirism. I don't know what the festive aura does. Gives you glowing wings and a 50% increased XP during the month of December. XP remaining 50,000. Oh my god. Well, I better fucking activate that. How have I not been using this whole freaking time? I'm such an idiot. Oh, it doesn't work for irons? Okay. Well, we're gonna have some wings anyway. Amulet of Souls is way easier to get? Okay. Is it like a lower tier version of the Blood Amulet of Fury? Way better than Blood Amulet of Fury. Oh, really? Let's go take a look at that. The Amulet of Souls. The Amulet of Souls. What does this bad boy do? What do we get? Okay, more damage. 5 prayer. Oh, it takes a Hydrix amulet. Yeah, no, that's way easier to get. Absolutely. Has a 50% chance to heal 25 to 50% more. An average of 18. Oh, Soul Split. Okay, Soul Split has a chance. Got it. The base damage reduction of protection prayers and deflection curses is increased by 10%, giving them 60%. Oh, that is really good. In addition to having the second highest style bonuses of any amulet. Yo, that's crazy. So also requires a level 6 enchant and a Hydrix Ammy. Oh, okay, and then there's an upgraded version of that Ammy called the Essence of Finality. Got it. Yo, that looks really good. So I'm not 100% sure. So that soul split bonus is really good. It comes out to a total of 18% increased, is what it says. 18% increased healing from soul split. And that's pretty fantastic. And when you're using the prayer or the curse, I definitely think that that Ami is probably better. But I think that the Blood Ami is better from a trying to use as little resources as possible perspective. Because that's giving you that healing effect without needing any prayer resources, which is wild. Also, Soul Split only works on enemies you're hitting, and that Ami works on enemies that are hitting you, which I think would make it better in like massive farming situations. For example, if you went down into the God Wars 1 dungeon with it and just ran around pulling a shit-ass ton of enemies, and just let them attack you until they killed themselves, but had just really massive defense skills on it, were just constantly casting defense skills, and just let them murder themselves on you, I think that'd be hilarious. Plus, you like go down there with lenses and literally just run in a circle aggroing shit. I think it would be fucking hilarious. Now, I don't think that there are a lot of places in this game where you can aggro a ton of enemies. You know, enemy numbers are a little limited for the most part. So there's a limit to the value of that. But are there places where you can aggro a lot of enemies? I mean, I'm talking like 30 or 40. Ooh, an aggression potion. I didn't know there even was an aggression potion. What's an aggression potion? RS3. Aggression potion. Ooh. Made with level 82 herb lore by using clean bloodweed, and searing ashes. When an aggression potion is consumed, it will cause monsters in a 17 by 17 square AoE centered on the player to become aggressive towards them at the rate of 1 monster per 3 seconds. Regardless of tolerance, hazard has not been achieved yet. Ooh. That's exciting. I think we could maybe make that work. One monster every 3 seconds. That's really interesting. So that's more of a like a train kind of an item, right? Where you're just getting a new monster every 3 seconds to come in and attack you. And so depending on, you know, what your relative level is compared to those creatures, I mean, 3 seconds is really fast, right? That's barely one attack before a new monster aggroes you. But I feel like that aggression potion is probably most valuable if you're fighting enemies that you can kill pretty quickly, because you're going to want to eliminate the enemy so that a new one spawns. So that's a very AFK kind of a thing, I think. But we could also potentially use it to help pull some additional enemies, or fight some things that are stronger than us. I mean, a 17 by 17 square is fucking huge. And there are definitely some places where I could see that being really valuable. And I definitely want to use them. That looks like a lot of fun. That looks like a lot of fun. So many cool things in this game. Something I think this game does pretty well, and something that I think a lot of games don't do anymore, is the focus of a lot of items in this game are fairly narrow. And so, in a lot of modern MMOs, there's like one or two items that you need to enable certain types of like grinding and stuff like that. Those items are very custom built to make certain types of grinds possible. And so there's a very narrow ability for you to like find interesting ways to use certain things. Yeah, that's what somebody was saying the other day, Carter. We're really looking forward to that new skill. But in this game, things are really narrow in their use cases. And I think that's really good because it makes you have to be really creative with what combinations of things you use to try and do certain types of activities. Well, I got 5 Barrows totems. Holy shit. That's a lot of successful rolls there. But they have really good effects. I mean, like, for example, that aggression potion, you know, you can't use that on a boss, really. That the only purpose of that aggression potion is to be able to AFK aggro more enemies in a large area and do like an AoE farm. And that's really cool. And it goes really well, you know, if you're having to actively fight, or if you're, you know, if your build is too manual, then again, that aggression potion doesn't really help you. So if you want to use that aggression potion, really the best way you can do it is to have as much of a passive build as you can get, and then use the aggression potion to like AFK farm. I mean, which is super dope. That necklace, that Blood Fury necklace, is kind of in the same spot. You know, the tankier you are, the more value that necklace has. So for players who are playing like power armor builds, who are just trying to DPS really hard, that necklace has very little value because your soul split is giving you health based on how much damage you're doing. And that damage and so that health scales based on your hits. And so the soul split is much more valuable than a base 2 to 500 heal. But in my case, where I play a lot more defensive, right, where I'm actively trying to limit the amount of damage that enemies are doing to me, and thus also limiting the amount of damage and the amount of times I hit enemies, the soul split is going to be way less valuable to me than an item that's going to consistently be giving me 2 to 500 health every 3 times I hit an enemy or that enemy hits me. So a couple of things I'm going to want to do in order to make the most out of that is, for example, right now I'm using a 3.6 second attack speed main hand. I'm going to want to get a 2.4 second attack speed main hand, because if you're going to use on-hit effects, then you want to be attacking as often and as fast as possible, which is great because I also have the Defender, which hits a second time. So that really adds some value to that dual wielding and that Defender over just a regular shield. Although I guess this also kind of goes with the lenses thing. So you might not get to use the Defender for it, but it might be worth it just to not use the lenses. But I honestly, I think that amulet might end up being best in slot for my tank build, because of how much more value I get out of that flat damage. I don't know that Soul Split is going to be more valuable than that for me, because I don't hit really hard. I don't do a ton of damage. I'm not trying to do a ton of damage. I'm trying to be tanky. So we'll see. We shall see. That's really exciting. I'm excited. Every time I learn about new items and shit in this game, it makes everything feel so much cooler. It gives me so many goals to go after. There's so much stuff out there. So many things I can craft that are really cool. That aggression potion being one of them. I'm really excited to make some of those. So fucking dope, dude. I can't even get over it. Arim. You must die, Arim. You must die and give me a wand. Give me my wand, Arim. Yeah, then using Necromancy's Vengeful Ghost, which heals you also. Yeah, if I could use Necromancy... if I could use summons by just using the Necromancy offhand, I would literally be the happiest person on earth. But you're definitely right. There's a sustain build with Necromancy that probably makes you immortal against everything. If you get the right items and the right gear, and then run the Necromancy build, because holy crap, Necromancy's insane. And one of these days, when I'm all done with my melee and my range and my magic, and I feel like I've beaten the game in the way it was kind of intended, then I will definitely go back and do some fun stuff with Necromancy for sure. Try to, oh, I am on my... For sure. AFK Kriara, no problem, yeah. I mean, AFK everybody, no problem. Necromancy is definitely a great combat style if you're more casual, or if you don't want to have to learn a lot of really complex like mechanics and stuff. I feel like Necromancy is one of the better just fire and forget skill combat styles. You know, you've got so much sustain, so much healing. You have access to everything through Necromancer. I mean, you know, your lesser Necro Shield, you're using a dual wield, I mean, it's such a complete style. It definitely feels like, you know, if you don't have a lot of time, if you're new to the game, you know, Necromancy just really lowers the barrier to entry, I think, a lot, which is pretty great. It also lowers the grind time. So, like right now, I'm doing all this stuff trying to get all these items and stuff to be able to create the build that I'm trying to create, to be able to fight enemies of lots of um, different vulnerabilities. But Necromancer just completely removes that, right? Because you can just go level up and just go tier up your Necromancer gear and then completely ignore the vulnerabilities. So it's much, much faster also. If you were doing some sort of a race or something like that, to try and, you know, complete a log or something. At what tier does that start happening though, Semish? Oh, it's at 60? Gross. That's earlier than I thought. That's earlier than I thought. That's a little bit of a bummer. Hmm. That does make it a little less friendly. Also, how are you doing today, Semish? Good to see you again. Second set of 9K broad arrows. Nice. Very, very nice. Hey, what's up, Master of Light? So yesterday, while I took the day off from streaming, I did not take the day off from the game. I did like another 50 or something kills of the Barrows brothers, and I actually got 6 more unique items. So I'm up to 17 unique items over here at the Barrows. But yeah, we still haven't gotten the items that we want. Thinking 450k GP into fleshing daily. Goodness. You're not making that 450k back, or is this just in an effort to level up fletching, or what? Oh, poor Duroc. You have to die. Broad arrows are not sellable. Oh, okay. Gross. I would only be able to sustain that for 5 days before I was just totally out of money. Welcome to Duloc. It's a perfect town. Here we have some rules, let us lay them down. $135k fletching XP daily, though. That's like 3 GP per 1 XP. That's awful. Next month is gonna be a month. Yes. Yes, that is how months work. They are precisely 1 month. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's really what you should be looking at is if you spend that currency, what's your XP per time, not necessarily your XP per gold. What do you mean by next month's going to be a month, Master of Light? You talking about with all the changes coming on the 19th? Haven Height and 110 Hunter. Haven Height. Is that the new zone? Mauritania to be released in a series of updates in 2026. Includes a 110 Hunter, a new quest series, a boss fight, and access to Vampirium. Oh shit. And the releasing starts next month? Or more news. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be epic. I picked a really good time to start playing RuneScape. I'm just saying. It says winter on the roadmap. Oh, okay. So it could mean like the beginning, or it could mean the end of 2026. Hopefully it means the beginning. Oh, okay. Cool. Well, that's exciting. That's really exciting. Maybe I'll be in a high enough level. I guess that probably means that I need to start thinking about some quests. Like I probably need to do the vampire quest line. Ooh, a new archaeology dig site. Dope. Archaeology's so much fun. The dig sites are so badass. This game needs to stop asking me if I want to enter the hidden tunnel. Like, obviously, dude. Obviously. That's the one that's the most likely to trick me right there with that little circle and arrow. Oh, you know what I haven't done? I haven't danced my jig like I said I was going to. Hang on. We're gonna do it this time. I remembered. There's a little ditty they're singing in the city. Whenever they've been on the gin or the beer. If you have the patience, your own imaginations will tell you exactly what you want to hear. Oh shit, it's the river dance. No, I didn't get an item. Okay. Papa, that's how it goes. Papa, everyone knows. They all suppose what they want to suppose when they papa. Anybody know what play that's from? It's a musical. Lisa, may I have some more? Never before has a boy wanted more. Oh shit, look at this person with their 20-year veteran cape. Dope! It's from Oliver Twist. Month 2 goal is every lodestone active. Every lodestone? In the whole wide game? That is excessive, Semish. You're only missing 4. Jeez. I'm missing, well, all of them. Let's take a look, shall we? Let's see how many teleports I don't have. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3, 4, 5. And that's just on the main page. And that's just on the main page. I'm a disgrace. There are teleports to other places, though, right? Like, there's the underworld one, there's, like, different... That's just the main page. Are there not lodestones to a bunch of different places that aren't on that main page? Huh. Crazy. Two full action bars worth. That's an interesting way to look at that. Die, Rock. It's time to die. Die. Booyah, biatch. Damn! Why does this game hate me so? Man, I haven't gotten a new item in 3 hours. This whole stream so far, I have yet to get a new item to my collection. I've gotten another pair of pants for Guthin. And I've gotten a corruption sigil. I think that might be all I've gotten so far. Yeah, a corruption sigil and a pair of Guthin pants. That's all I've gotten so far. That feels bad. I'm getting hosed right now. Getting absolutely waxed. I got too many good items yesterday because I only did like 60 kills yesterday, but I got 6 unique items added to my collection. Now the game's like, okay, time for you to run dry a little bit. Sorry, I didn't mean to have all my good luck while I wasn't streaming. It wasn't on purpose. Well, I've been looking real hard and I'm trying to find a job. But it just keeps getting tougher every day. Oh, no, I do want to go in that tunnel. Whoops. I've done it too many times. My brain is fried. I kind of want to do something else. But I also... So if I don't get these items that I'm looking for, then I can't do the bosses that I want to do over the course of the next few streams. So I sort of just need to keep doing this. Like, I'd like to go grind out some other skills or something, but none of these other skills are going to help me achieve my next short-term goal, which is to go kill the Dagonoth Kings and, you know, the Calphite Queen and, you know, some of those other things. But if I can get these items that I want from the Barrows Brothers and we can start doing those things, with the builds specifically that I'd like to do them with. But we gotta get there first. But this game's got jokes. Game's got jokes. How many of those freaking totems do I have? 220 Barrows totems. I guess that's good at least, right? Because you need the Barrows totems to do the Rise of the Six, yeah. Oh, this is interesting. What's in the collection log here? Melee shield, a magic shield, a range shield, and bobbleheads. Cool. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom real quick. Full sets plus energy, okay. So you have to like make them? Is that, or do you mean they give you the full sets plus energy? You craft them, okay. That'd actually be kind of cool if the bobbleheads just gave you the full sets. That'd be like totally dope. Here's a question. I know it says that I need 120 combat level, but maybe I don't. Right? Maybe I could just kill them right now. Do they drop the regular Barrows set gear? And maybe drop it at a higher rate? Oh, I could only do it if I get carried? That's too bad. Okay. Womp womp. Womp womp. Unless you're 120 necro. We're gonna see about that. I'm gonna do it at level 80 with my hybrid set. All by myself. That's how that's gonna work. Work, work. I can mash potato. Work, work. I can do the twist. Tell me. Tell me. Tell me. Ouch, man, now. You normally fight 3 at a time on separate sides, but if only one person inside it teleports the remaining 3 over to you, all 6 gang up on you. That's okay. I'll beat their asses. That's gonna be a perfect experiment, actually. So we'll get the lenses set. And we'll see if just tanking and thorns damage. I guess the other thing we would want would be the blood fury amulet, which is not something I could get by the time I get to level 80. But maybe just the lenses set would be good enough. I know most of them are melee, and so it's kind of a neutral instead of using magic. But maybe running the entire lenses set and using counters and stuff might help. And then we just make ourselves as tanky as possible and just tank it out. Lenses set is very tough to get. Now that you will out-level gear eventually, so it's just whatever you get. I'm trying really hard not to out-level my gear for the sake of actually being able to use it. But yeah, you're right. It is something that I'm kind of running into. But again, it'll be something that slows down. I mean, especially like when I eventually get to 90. I mean, from 90 to 99 is months. So I should be able to sit in those areas for a while. Also, just because my level exceeds my gear doesn't necessarily mean that I have better gear, especially when it comes to like ranged and magic. There's just gonna be, you know, I'm gonna have to be going and finding gear anyway. It's not like melee where I can just make the next tier. I'm gonna have no choice but to grind out new gear sets and stuff, so it should be fun. It should be fine. We're gonna get to use most of the cool stuff we find, I think, from now on. If we ever get any of the items. The length of these item grinds is nice, though, because it makes the leveling grind not feel nearly as bad. Because I'm still, I'm actively trying to get items for the level I'm at. So it doesn't make me... I think just gear in general, Carter. Yeah, Necro's kind of an oddity. Because you don't have to do combat and stuff to level up. Just do the rituals. Speaking of which, I got a shitload of bones. I got a shitload of big bones. I was fighting ogres yesterday. Ogres have layers. Onions have layers. That's all I'm saying. This boss is pissing me off. Just give me anything new off my list, right? Even one. Two of my 60 scarabs and a soul obby. Gotta get that XP. What? Rep in Menopause. Got it. Rep in Menopause. Good old Menopause. I've gained a decent amount of rep down in the docks or whatever, just fishing desert souls. I fished a couple thousand desert souls so far. Yeah, I wish that the desert souls were one of the fish that you needed to make the porters or portents. There you go, the portents that auto heal you. Because that'd be super great. The fact that it's got to be like swordfish and sharks and stuff like that. Like I understand why they do it, but it's way less efficient that way. If I could just use desert souls for them, I'd be stoked. But I don't think they're one of the possible. So you end up having to use creatures that you can get other stuff from. Buff's getting the swordfish, yeah. Yeah, I definitely want to get... No, you motherfucker. I definitely want to get that harpoon. I haven't gotten anything from that boss either. I have nothing from the King Black Dragon and nothing from the new boss. Which feels a little icky. Of course, I haven't even killed the Flesh Hatcher like 20 times yet, I don't think. We should be getting pretty close to 500 total kills. I think. Let's go check with War here. We have, yeah, 476, so 25 more kills before we can unlock our next ability here. Ooh, we have 12,000 marks, so we can get the Dark Magic Aura. Unlocks the Dark Magic Aura, which when active has a chance on attacking an opponent to inflict corrupting damage. I feel like we unlocked that, yeah? One hour, cooldown every 3 hours. Oh, and then I can Viswax it. Ooh. Okay. I see you, game. I see you, game. Let's break out my hood. And let's go get some more Viswax. Rune Goldberg machine. That was pretty good. Water, Earth, Fire for 65. I feel almost like I should just go with that. Oh. Oh, there we go. Water, Earth, Mind. For 79. That's definitely where I'm stopping. Dope. Okay, so now I have 79 Viswax. And what does it require for these? 20, so 60 to get an extra hour. And I assume that's every activation, right? Yeah, the next time you activate it. Oh, okay, so no, sorry, that's just a total of 40. So I can do this. The aura's already been extended with Viswax. Okay. Okay. Let's put that stuff away. We're going to go aura up on these Barrows brothers for the next 2 hours. Booyah. Maybe we'll get an extra boss run or 2 per hour in here by using this aura. I don't really know how much damage it does. It's not giving me very good information. Let's see. RS3, a dark magic aura. Bleeds and all combat styles, excluding poisons, has an estimated 13% chance to inflict a corrupting effect that deals damage of the same time as the equipped main hand weapon 4 times per activation. Okay. 13% chance to deal some extra damage. Dope. That seems pretty solid. Oh, that's interesting. So that's every attack. So that would go really well with that Linza's as well to deal some additional damage. It also includes bleeds. So if I can find a way, it doesn't include poisons, but it does include bleeds. So if I could find a way to trigger bleeds on regular attacks with the Linza's counterattack and with that aura active, you could do some crazy efficient mass farming. That seems really good. Pretty excited about it. Also, the damage output here with this dark magic ore is really good. I used to be getting to where I was using my full destroy every time I was fighting one of these. But I'm not even getting to use my destroy like at all, which means I'm killing these guys 2,000, 3,000, maybe even 4,000 HP faster by the time I get to my destroy skill, which is a little bonkers. I mean, that's massive. Yeah, we're going way faster. Okay. Well, we're gonna try and lock in a little here. And just try and push these kills as much as I can. These auras are another thing that really would have helped. I don't necessarily want to rely on an aura for the first kill of a boss. But I definitely, like if I'd have used my vampiric aura yesterday to do Jad, that probably would have been pretty helpful. Die, nerd. Boop. It's not bad. Took us 5 to 6 minutes to get through that run. Honestly, faster than I expected. At that rate, we should get pretty close to 20 runs by the time we finish. Maybe a little more, maybe 22. Which hopefully means we'll get 2 items. Maybe a little more. If we can get 2 unique items, that'd be really great. We definitely want that. That's honestly something I should be looking at, is maybe trying to get some harder bosses killed. Even if I can only be killing them while I'm using like my vampirism aura or something like that. You know, maybe spend like an hour a day killing some harder bosses with the vamp aura. If I can. Or just using it at all in general, right? Because if I use the vamp aura and I go even just kill the King Black Dragon or the Flesh Hatcher or, you know, the Mole, any of those. Actually, probably doing the hard mode Mole with the vamp aura is a good idea. That feels really good. I'm probably going to try that after this aura is over. But yeah, if I use that the vampirism aura to kill the hard mode giant mole, that'll add a lot of value in the way of not using up my other resources, which means I don't have to go farm those resources, which is really what the value of those auras is to me, right? They're basically just free resources every day. And if I don't use them, then they're not really free resources. And I have yet to turn my vampire aura on. I don't know what I thought I was saving it for, or how I thought I was saving it. You know, if it comes back, if it's on a cooldown, right? Not using it is just kind of wasting it. Especially, honestly, if you had multiple auras. So like this one says it regens every hour, or every 3 hours, and it normally lasts an hour. So what I'm going to get to do here maybe is like do 2 hours of this, do my vampire aura, and then come right back to doing another hour of this. Which is honestly kind of cool. Hey! Got another Arim staff. What's up? Now I actually have an Arim staff that I can use. Which might mean a little switcheroo here, because we got Arim's robe. We got Arim's helmet. We now have an Arim staff. I maybe want to go ahead and go into my settings here. Do combat XP, take off magic, and go straight for defense. And then come in here and just boop, boop. Whoops, hang on. Oh no, this is where we want this, okay. So yeah, we're gonna boop this on, yes. We're gonna boop that on, yes. Boop that helmet on. Take off those, and that. Put on those. Put on my magic cape. Dope. And let's bring some foods just in case something bad happens. I don't think anything bad's gonna happen, but I think this Arim staff is really gonna help. That's a lot of accuracy, a lot of damage and stuff. So this will hopefully make me kill these bosses a lot faster. Right. We do have to bring runes. That is the rule. I definitely do that every single time. I need one more Arim item. If I get the Arim chest piece, I get the full set. Not that that'll actually do me any good, because the full set just reduces target strength level. So that's more of a PvP kind of a thing, I think. I don't think it's really going to do me any good here. But yeah, that's nice. We're up to 98%. So I was down at 80 or 76%. When I was using the God Staff. But now I'm up to 98%, which means way more damage output, which is going to feel real good. Yeah, having T70 magic tank gear is definitely a huge benefit. For sure. Yeah, these will go way faster now. This is great. Somebody's getting crazy with it. Doing all the speed skills and stuff. That's just never gonna be me. I don't want to be trying that hard. Oh, they got all their stuff turned off. Sad. Wanted to see their whole setup. It does look like we might get away without needing food, which is pretty nice. Our regenerate seems to be healing us up enough. But I love that I'm hitting that 98% accuracy. Doing that big damage. I mean, that's 22% damage over what I was doing with the other staff. Just off of, maximum hit and stuff like that. Not even accounting for the fact that, this is just a higher level weapon, so it does more damage. Just killing it. I do wish that I got some more basic runes from in here. I like getting all these more advanced runes, but it'd be way better if I was getting like water, fire, bullshit. Want to put all this stuff into its right spot here, and then we're going to go to presets. We're going to overwrite this preset, and then I can just, whatever I get, dump off in there. Make sure I always have 5 fishes. Maybe that'll make that whole process a little faster. Since I have to keep my runes and stuff and I can't just dump all, we want to be able to do that in one click. Question about auras. If I have an aura on, can I turn it off and save its timer? Or once you turn it on, is it just on? So, like, I've got 100 minutes of this left. If I went over here and turned it off, would I still have that 100 minutes, or? Damn. Crush that guy. Yo, this feels good. Only logging out saves it. Okay. That's good to know. That's actually really good to know. Yeah, I did go ahead and extend this one, so I've got 2 hours of this dark magic aura that I just purchased from War. It seems to be really helping speed up my kills here, which feels good. Making this much, much more efficient. I honestly think I'm going to save 1.5 to 2 minutes off of these runs just from having the aura and switching to magic gear instead. Now that I have this Arim staff. Which 1.5 to 2 minutes is almost 40% time reduction. Oops. Off of each of these kills. If I remember to use the right fucking spells, maybe. No, I have not gotten any new items. I just now got another Arim staff, which means I now actually have the Arim staff because I turned my last one into the reflector. But other than that, everything I've picked up has been dupes. And I've only picked up a couple of items. So no new items. Yesterday, in like 60 kills, I got 6 new items, which was crazy. And now today, in like 30 kills, I've gotten no new items. Which is pretty upsetting, if I'm being perfectly honest. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really to be done about it. I'm gonna complain about it, because that's what I do. Mama didn't raise a quitter, but she sure as hell raised a complainer. I'm gonna do it. but you're gonna hear about it. Hey, there's another piece of the that's what I got. I got another piece of the Triskelion also. And a 5th amulet. I don't want to be using up all my good luck on all the amulets, though. Ain't doing me no good. I mean, I guess it'll save me the money having to go get them recharged at Bob. I'll just put on a new one. But now I also have a new full Triskelion, which is nice. We're gonna go, after this ore is done, we'll go get another one of those. Make me want to come do barrows. Barely done any on my group Iron Man. I mean, you gotta do the barrows. The barrows has all the good gear. At this level, anyway. Especially considering how easy the barrows is. I feel like in an Iron Man situation, this is just a good stop. Just a good stop. It's a nice introductory grind. I know that I could be like doing the God Wars 1 dungeon or something. And, you know, getting down in there and doing, you know, all the steps to have all the pieces so that you don't get attacked by the random dudes so they're not aggressive. But that's a little bit more of a complex setup for a grind. So as a new player, I definitely prefer this nice, smooth, easy Barrows grind where I just come over here and do it, you know? Get some good gear for all my different weapon types. Don't have to worry about some complicated shit that I don't really understand. Save that complicated shit for later. What really gets me is the fact that there's always people here doing this. Because this is kind of an early tier grind. You would think that a lot of people would be already done or so far past it they don't care or whatever. It's crazy to me how many people I see. I enjoy watching this. The Barrows grind is a rite of passage in my opinion. Absolutely. Absolutely. The Reaper task. Good point. Okay, motherfucker. Let me in. that's not where I thought it was. Whoops. I went like all the way the wrong way. Load preset. Boo doo boo doo 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 doo. How you like all that big time DPS? Ooh, somebody just got 120 invention. Congratulations. Congratulations. Diddy Kong Racing. Y'all ever play some Diddy Kong Racing for the 64? That game was so dope. Conker's Bad Fur Day. I never played any of the Bad Fur Day. I didn't play any. Was it Banjo? Yeah, Banjo Kazooie. Conker comes from Banjo Kazooie, right? I didn't play any of those games. If I'm not mistaken, although I really could be mistaken, Conker was to Banjo what Diddy Kong was to Donkey Kong. Right, it was like a little sidekick relationship, and then he got a spin-off for his own game. I could be. Just looked it up. Seems like that's correct. Really? Nice. I know my Nintendo character's pretty good. Oh, they originated in Diddy Kong Racing. See, that I didn't know. Of all of the N64 Mario Kart style games, I definitely think that Diddy Kong Racing was probably the best one because it was like a story-driven game. And so you would drive your cart around the open world, and all of the races and stuff were like physical locations in the open world. And then there was like this genie and shit you would talk to. And so the whole game was kind of spent in your go-kart, just like traveling around, unlocking things and doing stuff. And then you would go in and there were races where you were in an airplane, there were races where you were in a hovercraft, there were races where you were in a go-kart. And it had that same, get items, shoot down enemies, Mario Kart style gameplay. But like the world and stuff was just pretty interesting and generally a lot of fun. And the genie guy that stood at the middle and kind of like pointed you where you needed to go and shit was super cool. Told you when you unlock new races, and it was a good little game. I mean, me and my brothers put a pretty significant amount of hours into that game when we were kids. Definitely worth a look if you've got a 64. And some time to kill. Please start using the air spells. Thank you. Yato no Kami has achieved 99 constitution. Good job, Kami. Way to go. We just hit that 76 constitution, which gives us one of the requirements for... Ooh, nice. This was just right here. Just boop boop. Holy shit, another Forsaken Hammy. Almond. Oh, the Necroduder. Okay. One too many. It's like 8 too many. Right. What do we got? Ooh, a greater ensouled bar. Thank you. Some flesh runes. Thank you. Some robust mementos. Thank you. Some extreme necromancer flask. Thank you. Dope. That is a million too many. I have 5 spare Forsaken Hammies. What am I gonna do with that? Not a good goddamn thing, that's what. One for each now. You think I have 6 necks? I don't. What I don't understand is why my character is so hell-bent on only wearing one necklace. Right? Like, I'm an adventurer. I got a strong neck. I could certainly support the weight of 2 or 3 necklaces, at least. Let's rock 3 of these bad boys. Get all kinds of bonuses. And 10 rings, that's right. What do you think, I don't go to the gym and work on the grippers to make sure that my hands are strong enough to support that kind of weight? Surely I could use 10 rings. And a couple of bracelets. Well, some of us can wear 11 rings. At least 50% of us can wear 11 rings. Or if you're exceptionally lucky, maybe 12 or 13. Also, like, why is my character too stupid to put their metal helmet over the top of this hood? Right? Like, you would think I would be able to wear my magic gear underneath my plate gear. Right? That makes sense. But no, my character's a dum-dum. But I'm not a magic user. I'm an adventurer. I can use magic, but I'm not relegated to magic user. It's not like the body style of my character is switching when I switch gear. I'm still the same person. And as an adventurer, who has honed all of the martial and magical combat styles, I see no reason why I can't wear my magic hood underneath my plate mail. Like, surely I'm wearing some sort of padded shirt under the plate mail anyway for protection from chafing and the metal just tearing my whole everything up. So why wouldn't I just wear a magical shirt? It seems dumb. It seems very, very dumb. But that's fine, I guess. Whatever. I'll just run around in my suboptimum everything. What kind of resistances does the Arc Glacier have? Because I need to go fight that dude too. At some point. They're actually on my activity tracker. The Arc Glacier is the next boss I'm supposed to fight, which is strange to me because there are so many bosses that seem like they should be coming before the Arc Glacier. Right? Recommended combat level 110 with a bunch of tier 85 and 95 gear. And it's telling me my third boss should be the Arc Glacier. Like, what's up with that? Game's losing its damn mind. You can fight a heavily nerfed Arc Glacier. Oh, okay. Well, that's boring. So sad. Blah blah blah, bloody daddy da. Time to go kill the toe rag. Come here, you toe rag. Whoops. The Rock is a nerd. And that's why he died. He's such a nerd. His nerd mother cried. Mama just killed a man. Put a gun against his head. Pulled my trigger, now he's dead. Goodbye, everybody. I've got to go. Gotta leave it all behind and face the truth. Mama, ooh, didn't mean to make you cry. If I'm not back again this time tomorrow. Nice. Another elite clue. My mute button broke. I had to reset it. Duo, what's up? An adventurer while casually carrying around a 99 magic cape. I don't have a 99 magic cape. I only have 70 magic. I wish I had a 99 magic cape. We'll get there one of these days. One more day till 5 days off work. That's dope. Friday and Monday on PTO. Hell yeah. That means you can have a really, really exciting New Year's and then spend 5 days recovering, which is fantastic. Or 4 days recovering, or whatever. Nowadays, it would definitely take me 5 days to recover. Anyone know when they're going to give the keys to the Premier members? I have no idea, PQ Fury. Sorry. uh, it said on the news post, I'm not Premier, so I don't know. There you go. On the news post. What are they giving keys to the Premier members for? No more treasure hunter soon. That's crazy. Fucking crazy. Oh, that's my third amulet of the Forsaken today. Holy shit balls. What is happening in my fucking life right now? Can I just trade these in for some other fucking items? Holy shit. Look at that. I just got 6 of them chilling. Oh my god. This is so dumb. This is so fucking... Yeah, game is trolling me so fucking hard right now, dude. Because I'm getting like tons of drops. I've gotten 3 of those amulets in like the last 45 minutes. So I'm getting like a ton of drops. But it's all the same fucking amulet that I already have and I don't need any more of. Yeah, right. 30 items that I have that I can get right now, and it just keeps giving me the same one. I mean, it's fine. When I get to invention, I'll just disassemble them. And so they'll just be parts, and that's, that's perfectly fine. But I have other things I really want right now. These are the times that it feels like there's just like a game master on the other side, just like intentionally fucking with you. These are the moments that make that feel like it might be a possibility. Somebody who's just bored as fuck at work, like, wouldn't it be funny if I just gave this one guy 16 Forsaken amulets? Oh, are they not really worth disassembling? That's too bad. I mean, I guess maybe I could high alchem or something. They're worth like 28k or something like that. Which, not an incredible price, but it's decent. It's decent. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Come here, toe rag. Your number's up, buddy. Man, this is just silly. I can't believe I've picked up 3 of those freaking things today. I can't believe I haven't gotten a single new unique item yet. We've picked up 3 amulets, a staff, and a pair of pants. All that I already own. So it's 3, 4, 5 items. Oh, 5 or 6 items. And not one of them has been something I didn't already own. Which is just craziness. Yo, give me that spear, dude. It'd be super cool if you just gave me that spear. And the rest of your set. I actually think I need your helmet as well. Spear and helmet. Right meow. I feel weakened. I think this enemy feels weakened. Weakened by the might of my spellcasting. I will destroy you. I do really like the way this staff looks. I like the little green orbs. The orb. Oh shit. He wanted to die early. He was like, I don't want to wait for you to get all the way to my tomb and kill me. I'd rather just die right now. I'm happy to oblige. Alright, I was gonna try and just wait until the end of the stream to eat something, but I'm too hungry and we've got another hour and a half till the stream's over. So I need to go get a little something to eat real quick. I'll be right back. All right, try and get some more kills in here while we do some eating. I was looking up yesterday. I gotta get some more caffeine pills and some more allergy meds when I get paid in the middle of the month. And so I was looking at maybe grabbing some like ready-made snack type foods from Amazon while I was ordering that stuff. And I saw that they have 4 packages of Pop-Tarts for like $1.69. And I'm not a huge Pop-Tarts fan, but for $1.69 for 4 packages of Pop-Tarts, I think I could enjoy some Pop-Tarts. But just to have a little something that I can have like already here when I start my stream, so that, you know, halfway through or whatever, when I get a little hungry, instead of having to stop the stream for like 5 minutes to go make food, I can just rip open a package of Pop-Tarts and get after it. So I have a question. How am I supposed to know what spell I'm using? If I haven't just clicked it. Because like I hit the water one, and then I start casting water, but there's no indicator anywhere, as far as I can tell, that tells me which of my elements I'm using. Is there a way that I'm supposed to be able to see that I just haven't realized yet, or? Because that seems like a pretty basic UI thing to want to add. Oh shit. I accidentally went into the chest before I actually got all 6 of them. But I just got Karil's pistol crossbow. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's the one-hander, the main hand, that I was wanting to get. So now I just need the 2-hander crossbow and the wand. And I'll have all of the items that I want. So let's go over here to range. Let's put that in there. Boom. That feels real good. Got ourselves a new item. So we're now up to 18 unique items. You can put the spells in the end of your Revo bar to check easily. Not sure I understand. Yeah, but how does having it on the end of my Revo bar give me that information? Is what I'm confused about. I don't know how putting it on the end of my Revo bar tells me which one I have on AutoCast. Or do you mean when I change it, I should move it up there so that I know? Is that what you're trying to say? Is I should move it when I change it? Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds onerous. Especially, I mean, I'm changing it 4 times per run here. Now, obviously, it's not really important for me to necessarily keep track because I'm changing it, every time I get to a different boss. But it just seems like one of those things. Like, I mean, it could just be a buff up here, right? It could just be on my buff bar and it could just show me, hey, this is your auto casting. The fact that the game has been out for 20 years and there's no indicator for what spell you're auto casting is bonkers to me. Bonkers. And I mean, obviously, it's an important tidbit of information. To be able to get, otherwise, you wouldn't take the time to move. You know, to move the bar or to move your autocast onto the bar every time. If it wasn't important information to know. So it's just strange to me that it's not something that was ever even considered, I guess. Or I suppose maybe it was considered and then decided against. I don't know. Freaks me out. Freaks me out a lot. I am so happy to have gotten my fucking crossbow, though. That's gonna be so dope. God, this is gonna be so dope. I don't know. Whatever. Guess I'll get over it. Guess I will get over it. I haven't do much magic or PVM lately, but I don't remember changing it very frequently. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you were just farming, you know, one creature or one boss or something like that, that was always using the same element, and you weren't doing something like this where you had to be switching elements a lot. That could make sense, I suppose. But I don't use magic very much. I do a lot more melee and even ranged than magic. I don't really like magic, if I'm being honest. But hey, level 74. One more level and I can put on my hybrid gear at its highest tier, my Tuska's hybrid gear. And then I'm going to get my 6% crit chance. Actually, I'll probably only have 5% crit chance. I'll probably still wear my Jared's cape instead of my Tuska's cape. So we'll get a 5% crit chance. And then hopefully we'll have all of our one-handers. Thank you, Zip. Hopefully we'll have all of our one-handers with our offhand defenders by that time. We just need 2 more items in order for that to happen. We need the wand and the 2-handed crossbow. And then we can have full sets of level 70 weapons and offhands and full set of level 75 armor. And that should put us in a really, really good spot to get to play the hybrid style here in the mid-game. Kill some bosses that way. And just generally have a good time, because there are some bosses out there, right? The Calphite Queen, Jad, even the Barrows brothers, honestly, would benefit a lot from a hybrid setup. So we're going to be able to push their completion a lot better, I think. But just a lot of fun to be had. The Dragoth Kings, or the Dagonoth Kings, or whatever their names are. Gonna get to murder those nerds. Maybe go do some work down in God Wars Dungeon. See about that. It's all looking good, though. I'm really excited to maybe be able to go down into the God Wars dungeon. And I'm really excited for later on. So at some point, I will also get Acrisay and Linza's gear. And I'm pretty excited to take both of those gear sets down into the God Wars 1 dungeon and fight all of those enemies that are aggro to you. Because I think Acrisay as a two-hander that generates prayer would be really valuable down in there. I think that'd just be a lot of fun. I think you'd be able to do some cool stuff. Put out some really high-end AoE damage. And I feel like Linza's as a tank Thorns build would also be really cool down there. And I'm fairly excited to... The God Wars Dungeon 1 is just kind of the first place I want to go to try those things. There are obviously some other places where you could see some similar or even better use for those. But that'll be kind of the first place I'm going to go try it out. I'm honestly a little bit concerned with how things are going here right now. So I've picked up in, let's see, 40 kills. I've picked up 6 items. So we're at way higher than the rate we should be for drops. But 3 of them have been the freaking Ami. 2 of them have been duplicates. We finally got our first non-duplicate today. So we're like getting this incredible drop rate. We've picked up an entire Triskelion today. We've picked up like all kinds of good shit, but none of it has really been what we've been looking for. It's crazy to it's crazy to have such good luck and simultaneously bad luck. It's really kind of weird. But I just need 2 more out of the 12 possible items that we haven't gotten yet. Although I will still be pretty happy with any of the items. I'd love to complete... I'm 1 item off of the Varric set. I'm 1 item off of this Arim set right here. I think I'm 2 items off of all of the rest of the melee sets. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-dow. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-da-ba-bow. Wow, there's suddenly way less people at this bank. That's crazy. Way less people at that bank. Hey, what's up, Scythic? It's going pretty well. We have picked up 3 amulets of the Forsaken today. That's how it's going. I've been killing the Barrows brothers here for, gosh, about 5 hours now. And we've gotten about 40 kills. And we've picked up about 6 items. Unfortunately, only one of them has not been a duplicate, so we're now at 18 of the 30 possible items that I can get, because I don't have the last 2 Barrow Brothers open, but I've picked up 7 Amulets of the Forsaken in just under 300 kills here. So, like, it's kind of cool that I keep getting so many drops. But 3 of my 6 drops today have been Amulets. So it's almost like I didn't get those drops, which is a little sad. So it's like the best bad luck I've ever had, or the worst good luck I've ever had. I don't know which one. It's fairly entertaining, though. How about you? What are you getting up to in RuneScape tonight? Nice. Drops are drops when it comes to getting some good gold. But yeah, completing the Barrow's Log is a rough one with how many pieces there are. Mostly AFK skilling at the moment to try to get 120 in all skills. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I got a long way before I start hitting that big, trying to get to 120 grind. And yeah, so I would normally be really excited about the amulets because they're like the most expensive thing I can get down here. But I'm an iron, so I can't go and sell them because I mean that's 8 million gold a pop. If I was a main, which at my current level is actually really good. But as an iron, it's just not really working out. My account is from like 2002, so I have a bit of a head start on you. That is true. That seems to be the case for pretty much everybody. I'm shocked at how many people have been playing this game for more than 15 years. Like the percentage of the player base that has had an account in this game for more than 15 years is like 80% or something. Just based on the anecdotal experience I've had so far with people coming to the chat. I think like 75% of the people who chat in my channel have their 20-year cape or are within a year of getting it, which is crazy.
I mean, but that's fine, right? Because even when you're taking a break, like that's not obviously you can't just play the same game every single day for 20 years. Like that would be awful. You got to take some breaks in there. But just knowing that the game is good enough to be worth coming back to is kind of huge. I do think that the game is in a really good state right now. Hey, that's 300 Barrows Brothers kills. Nice. And I think that because the game is in such a good state and because we're going to have such a good this coming year with Haven Height and, getting rid of Treasure Hunter and the combat update. And I mean, it's going to be a huge year for this game. So I think probably we're going to see a pretty good bump in numbers, not just from new players, but people like you who maybe have quit for even an extended period of time, but are going to come back and spend more time returning to the game than maybe they would have in the past. I think there's just going to be so much new stuff to look at and do. That just by virtue of the fact that you'll be spending a longer period of time in. I really started to get excited about it again when they started talking about removing/toning down MTX, the new area expansion, bringing the game up to a unified standard of visuals and balancing. Yeah. I think a lot of older players are excited about those things. Specifically for me as a newer player, the MTX thing is a big deal. And it is the thing that decided for me. I was either going to play some Warframe or this game. And when I saw in my research that they were taking the MTX out, I was like, oh, okay, we'll do RuneScape then. So I'm really happy about that. And I think a lot of new players are probably going to give the game a shot based almost entirely on that fact. Plus a new skill probably in 2027 if next year is about the new area expansion and bringing balance and uniformity to the game. Yeah, I think they were saying something about sometimes towards the end of the year, or people were saying that they think it'll be sometimes towards the end of the year when we get the new skill, which will be super exciting. Absolutely. Super duper exciting. Personally pretty excited about the combat updating as well. Mostly because there are some things I hope for in the combat update. I don't think I'm going to get them, which is going to make me a little sad. Because I don't really care. Because this game is primarily a PvE game, the balance of the skill's power isn't as important to me as the utility and the mechanics behind combat. And so there are some mechanics and stuff that I'd like to see get improved, like the Revo bar, instead of just being left to right and cooldowns. I would love to see some conditionals in here, like only cast this ability if I'm below X health, or only cast this ability if I have a certain buff or debuff, or some different stuff like that, so that I could fine tune that Revo bar a little. But I don't think I'm going to get any of those changes. I think this is more going to be about balancing than it is about updating mechanics. Which makes me a little sad, but whatever. I'll take what we get. I would definitely like combat just to be more accessible and easier for new players to enjoy. OSR's combat is extremely simple on its face. The high skill gap in flicking, tick manipulation, and movement. RS3 already has a high skill gap for in-game content. Just need to work on making it more accessible and easier to understand for players and viewers. Oh no, I like the essays. Don't have to apologize about that. None. Oh shit. Every single one of my rolls hit a Barrows totem that time. Well, that's not true. You get 7 rolls. So 6 out of my 7 rolls hit the Barrows totem. That's crazy. Fucking crazy. Yeah, I could definitely see maybe Scythic if my channel was one of the bigger channels that had like 100 people in chat, and then you throw an essay in the chat. Nobody gets to read it because it just scrolls by. No, it's how many you killed plus 1 with a maximum of 7. So if you only kill 6, you still get 7 rolls. You just get the 7 rolls without the benefit of the luck improvement from the 7th kill. So it would be possible. And let's go do a little test. It should be possible to just run down there and get the chest without killing any of the brothers and get a roll. If I'm not mistaken. I have never tried it, but based on the math that I read on the wiki, it should be possible. Right, but you can open it without killing it. The brother spawns, and then you can just grab the loot and run without killing him. But for every brother you kill, up to 7, your per roll odds improve. So the absolute maximum odds are 7 kills. Yeah. Oh, I didn't actually grab the stuff. I kept getting knocked off of it. But we did reset it. Because we opened the chest, and so we got the rumble. So 0 kills, you get 1 roll. So you get N plus 1 rolls. So the 7th brother has the smallest impact on your chances. I wonder if this is still the same. I guess if we go down here and it's shaking, it would be the same. No, different door. The last one was this door. Yeah, so I ended up with the same brother twice in a row. The last time it was this door that I had to go through. Okay. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't the same one. But yeah. So not only does the seventh brother not add an additional pull, but it only gives you about half of the benefit for the improvement to the loot odds that the other six brothers give, because there's a cap to the loot odds improvement as well. And so that seventh brother is only about a third as effective as the other six brothers as far as improving your loot chances. Which is still significant, but here's something I wonder. I wonder if that counted. Since I didn't kill any of them and I opened the chest, I wonder if it counted towards my kill count. We might have to go check that again. Because if it doesn't count towards your kill count, then that technically means that you can complete the Barrows log with 0 kills. Well, no, you can't, because you would have to kill Linza, because Linza's a separate roll set. That's interesting. That's really interesting. Because it'd be pretty cool to complete a boss log without killing the boss. I mean, honestly, you could complete this log without leveling any skills. If you could come out here. That seems like a really interesting challenge. We're going to come back down here in just a minute. And open the chest without killing any brothers and see if it counts towards the kill count. And then at some point way in the future, when I've been streaming this game for way too long and I'm bored out of my mind, we're going to do a challenge and we're going to try and clear this whole thing without killing any bosses. You're right. Never mind. Killing 0 brothers would give 0 chance at Barrows items. You are right about that. Damn it. That's too bad. That's too bad. On the other hand, though, so we're at 302 kills. So there are a few reasons that that still could potentially be a good thing. Number one, you could inflate your kill count. So if you really needed some kill count for war or something like that, and you were super early game, or you wanted access to wars, something or other, then there could be some value there. Especially if you just have the ability, if you had wars thing that teleports you to the center straight away, that'd be cool. Oh, I put away all my air runes. Okay, I'm not trying to use a spell. I just want to... Oh. Okay, I did summon the dude. Alright, so we summon our hidden tunnel. We go down under here. Or we find our hidden tunnel. Did I say summon our hidden tunnel? What the fuck? You know that I'm starting to get towards the end of the stream. When I just start saying the most nonsensical shit. After 5 or 6 hours of talking, my brain turns off. And I start to sound real fucking dumb. Okay. So we're at 302. We're gonna get in here. Open that chest. Take those items. Leave. Get a prayer potion. Still 302. Okay, so you cannot inflate your kill count that way. And you cannot get Barrow's items that way because you can only roll for the Barrow's items if you've killed a brother. So... maybe some potion farming. Maybe some rune farming. You might be able to squeeze a little bit of value out of that. Overall, I don't think it's very useful. But it is interesting information to know. At the very least, it is interesting information to know. The other thing is, I want to see something. So far, when I've gone down there without killing any brothers, the sarcophagus hasn't moved. No, it did move this time. Okay. Yeah, so you would have to search through here to actually find the right sarcophagus. And then you'd have to run all the way through there. Maybe somewhere in the future, if you have War's Blessing, like the first War's Blessing, and you can just go straight to the center and open the chest. There could be some value for like farming prayer potions in that. Maybe. prayer and super defense potions. But that'd be a pretty niche use case. That'd be a very niche use case. You wouldn't be able to get corrupted sigils that way. You wouldn't be able to get the Barrows totems. You would basically just be able to get the basic rewards, which is just the runes, the currency, and the potions. And you'd really only get one of them at a time. Yeah, it'd be a little weird. Probably wouldn't really work. That's too bad. I wonder if there are any other bosses that have a similar mechanic in this game, though, where that potentially could have some value. Anywhere else where maybe you can open a chest without killing the boss. So I also looked up a bunch of information about the roll odds, but I didn't see anything about this creature slain number. That's another thing that I should look into, because that does have some impact. And I'm curious what that impact is. Like, for example, I wonder if even just killing the one creature that's always in the boss room might have enough of a positive impact. So, like, you know, I'm using AoE here. So, you know, I just open up the boss and then attack the boss and then let the AoEs kill the ad, which works great. We've got 1 creature slain, 6 bosses slain. Let me actually go take a look here. RS3 Barrows. Oh, you can get a dragon helm from this? Interesting. I've never gotten a dragon helm. I've also never gotten. Oh, that's crazy. I don't see anything in here about how killing the regular creatures. Hmm. Yeah, so the wiki's not giving me any information on what killing the regular enemies does to the drop table. But I feel like there has to be something that it does. And I also wonder, so consider just killing one brother is not great for your loot table because your chance per roll increases the more brothers you kill. However, if your chance at loot increases, oh, this person has my crossbow. You suck, bro. Give me my crossbow. But if your loot chance is increased by killing creatures, I don't know. I'm gonna have to do some more research. I'll do that after stream, and then I'll let y'all know what I find out tomorrow. I may very well spend some time tonight doing some real dumb shit, such as only killing the brother who has the crypt, and then just spending like 10 minutes massacring mobs and see if I can like target farm a single brother's stuff by just murdering tons of creatures. Like kill 50 creatures. And then see if I get a drop. Because if it's possible to bring the chances in line with the chances you get from killing 6 brothers, or even killing 7 brothers, right? Because the 7th brother technically does slightly improve the chances. So there may be a number of creatures you can kill in lieu of that 7th brother, in lieu of accuracy, so that you could get the best possible drop rate, even without accuracy. I actually think the best way to test this is to do something really stupid right now. Actually, let's kill 100 creatures. Well, I guess how many creatures we kill will depend on whether or not they respawn. So there are two possible ways to go about this. Either the creatures respawn, in which case we need to kill like every creature in the crypt. Or the creatures don't respawn, and we want to just be in a level, or in a room like this one right here. Kind of looks like the creatures don't respawn. Okay, we're going to clear the crypt. I don't know what rat bones are good for. She blinded me with science. That's interesting. These spiders drop quite a few charms. That would probably explain why people think that the benefit you get from killing creatures is negligible, though. So depending on how exactly this all works and how it all shakes out, because you normally get almost the complete value from just killing 6 brothers. That 7th brother doesn't add a ton because you already get your maximum 7 pulls, and you almost get your maximum possible loot drop chance. It's possible that that's why this is such a minimal benefit here, is because people are already killing all the 6 brothers, and so they're only able to get just that small additional loot chance from... Okay, and I never did these. Oh no, these rats are back. Okay, well, we're going to be going back through now, and we're going to see if maybe there's been some respawn action. Yeah, okay, entire rooms are in fact respawning. Okay. So you can't clear the crypt. That's too bad, that would have been fun. But there's 59 kills. If that 59 kills doesn't have a significant impact on our drop rates, then it's not worth it, right? Because that took quite a while. So the only way that that would be like a reasonable use of time is if I was like getting an item every 2 or 3. Doing it that way. I wish that I knew more about how those dudes impacted that. Oh, nice. Another sealed scroll. The problem is that in order to test that, you have to test it for a really extended period of time. Because otherwise it could just be random chance, right? Like I've hit brief periods where, you know, every 3 or 4 runs, I drop an item. I've hit back-to-back items. I've hit 2 items in 1 chest. And so you would need to do it for like a couple 100 kills at least. And compare it to a couple 100 regular kills. And really see what you got. And there are definitely people out there who have that kind of stubbornness. I don't think I'm one of them. I would get bored. In fact, I'm already bored. I already don't care. Like, it's information I want to know, but I don't want to do the bullshit to figure it out. Let's see. this aura doesn't start recharging until after it's over. That's interesting. So that does two things. It makes the Viswax that much more valuable because it gives you 2 hours in 3 hours, or 2 hours in 5 hours instead of 2 hours in 6 hours. No, it gives you 3 hours in 6 hours. Yeah, 3 hours and 6 hours instead of 2 hours and 4 hours. Instead of 3 hours, 2 hours and 5 hours. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's way more valuable that way. Interesting. But it also means that you can't use Viswax to make it so you can get back to this faster. So this has a 3-hour cooldown. This has a 3-hour cooldown. So you could use Viswax on one of these to keep you going until you get to the next one. But ultimately you need 4 1-hour auras with 3-hour cooldowns to keep an aura up all the time. I don't even know if there are that many auras. It's interesting, though. There's so many interesting things about this game. So many small optimizations. So many tools and resources at your disposal. The resource management of this game, right? Your foods, your auras, your potions, your time, is a huge. The good music? I don't hear any music. Oh. I get it. I get it. I thought you meant coming out of my stream. Been Arim a lot right here at the end. 3 out of like the last 4 or 5. can't believe we're over 300 kills. Crazy. Even at 10 kills an hour, which would be pushing it for me. That's over 30 hours of gameplay just killing these bosses. That's wild. Probably closer to 45 or even 60 hours. I can't even imagine. Like, this is one of the earliest grinds in the game. I am not ready for the future. Not fucking ready. That's more playtime just killing this one set of bosses than there even is in some RPG games. Primarily older RPG games. But, you know, on the NES, you play, or the SNES, you play an old RPG, turn-based RPG, and you get 30 hours of game time. That's the whole game. We used to rent games from freaking Blockbuster, beat them over a weekend, and return them. Play a whole last game in 3 days. I'm going to spend more than that just killing these nerds. But I think that's probably going to be the end. My voice is getting a little raw here. I need to drink some more water and shit. So I think we're just going to go ahead and call the stream here. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming out and hanging out and jumping in the chat. Yeah, have a great day, Scythic. Sorry that I'm kind of bailing right when you got here, but we've been going for like 6 hours, and that's usually about how long I like to go, so. But we have had just an incredible amount of viewership over the last week. And a lot of new people coming in and subbing and following on YouTube and Twitch. And specifically, that happens because there are a lot of you who keep coming back, who keep getting in the chat and making it interesting. It's because we keep having people come back and lurk to, you know, keep those numbers up so that more people see
the streams and stuff like that. So for those of you who come in, day after day, you're getting in the chat, you're lurking the channel, just know that any success that I'm having in this game right now is really on the back of that activity and people coming in and making this look like an appealing stream. So thank you so much for every minute that you spend here. You were really, really helping me out and making this channel grow really well since we've started playing RuneScape, and I really appreciate that. But we will be back at the regular time tomorrow, which is about 5 p.m. Eastern. So I hope to see some of you all again, and I hope that everybody has a great night, and I will see you all in the next one.